the links to them again in the.
I believe I sent you the Roll20 campaign link.
And I'll have to take another look, but.
I'll resend it to you. It's all good.
Yeah, I usually write Yvaine's letters with the Roll20.
Thank you.
So I can like reference distances and spellings of names and such.
No problem. I'll do my best to remember, and if I don't, feel free to send me a message and I will adjust it for you. No problems at all. Don't feel the least bit reluctant to do so. Okay, so we're going to start the session off, obviously with the usual recap, but somewhere a little darker.
Oh, yeah.
Zarfog has no idea what I'm gonna say. He's like, darkness? Look, yeah, let's go, Gloomstalker. I love it. Okay, so last session, the party was on the road, making the final trek into Emon, the big city where at least two of you have a lot of backstory all mixed up in there. Some of you hesitant to be there, others of you quite excited with your new companion, Camellia Springshower, at your side. You made your way. On the road, you found a rather quick-talking sorcerer, Nero Dosval, who introduced himself, had a sort of standoffish manner, but was able to join the party for the duration of the travel, safer on the road altogether. You all begin to make your way, get to know one another. Tensions flared between Alistair de Vestero, who seemed to have taken his stance on his opinion of Nero. And you all made it into the big bad city of Emon. There you saw many things. Immediately you were brought to view the Traveler's Junction. You saw the great Alabaster Lyceum, which Yvaine and Balthazar drooled over, to Nero's contempt. Then you all made your way into the Rousing Spark Tavern, this legendary inn, to the party, a legendary inn you've been hearing about since probably the beginning of this adventure, Ember's home. And inside you found Emma Van Zyl, Ember's mother, who is a strangely young woman. A young, beautiful woman, very much the light in her eyes, quite literally, being also a fire genasi. And she was willing to put you guys all up for free. Very excited to have you all home. Ember was greeted by not only Emma, but patrons and regulars and whatnot. Ember was perhaps surprised, but not entirely unhappy to hear that the Clasp had decided to affiliate themselves with the Rousing Spark, receiving payments, using the inn as a sort of safe house, a meeting place for the Clasp in exchange for protection, and making sure resources were put in the direction of Emma. And with that, she was able to keep the Rousing Spark afloat. And Ember at least seemed to not mind too much, but Ember does have a little fire inside him. Maybe we haven't seen anything quite yet. Or maybe he's quite happy. We will see. With that, Nero had been asking about this place called the Drunken Dragon, which nobody seemed to be able to reference, but the supposed owner was referenceable and had set up shop in the Rousing Spark. Nero met with the friend who goes by Jasper, who had signed up with the Clasp, and Zarvolg was sort of given the nod to go keep an eye on the situation, and eavesdropped and heard everything. Nero seems to be fleeing from a great deal of trouble across Emon, has a large bounty on his head, and is on the run from the Myriad. And more than that, is also an enemy of the Clasp, but seems to have enemies on all sides. Zarvolg revealed this to the party. Nero was made to reveal this under the threat of Zone of Truth. Nero sort of did the life story spiel, told everybody that they were attacked by the Myriad, taken by the Myriad, their old crew being killed, and being put on a slab as they tried to sort of carve Nero's heart from them, and has ever since been plagued by this shadowy hound that has sort of followed them in their steps. The party wasn't too amused, it seems, by Nero's display. Nero trying to convince them that he could be useful, he could help them get close to Aurora Concordant to help them out. The party insisted they did not need that aid, having multiple avenues to getting closer to Aurora Concordant. And in the end, sought the advice of the Claret director, Alistair de Veneer, which Nero has not been getting on with, who recommend the best thing for all parties, between Finch's oath, between the party's want to do good and not wanting the heat that Nero would bring, recommended just hand them over to the watch, let them deal with it, take a payment, move on with your lives. To which the party seemed like that was the direction it was going, and indeed that is the direction we will be going. So we're gonna skip. We're gonna sort of narratively play out the next hour, where the party takes Nero out to I'm sure Nero's continued, hey, come on, protests and attempts at sort of getting out of trouble, but under the watchful eye of the party, is handed over to the arms of Emon. You are all sort of taken with Nero on a perhaps very loud walk of Nero, again, trying to convince, hey, like, come on, let me go. And he is brought in for the bounty. The Aurora, what are you called? The Aurora Concordant. You guys will be the happy beneficiaries of 500 gold pieces, each of you, if you wish to divvy it evenly. There's 4 of you. So divide that how you will. 120 gold pieces, I believe, to each individual.
25.
I believe it was 150 bound. Yeah, 125. No, that's right. Absolutely right. So 125 gold pieces to each Aurora Concordant member for turning over the bounty of this infamous criminal. And things happen very quickly. And anyone who wants to stick around would see the very quick proceedings. Nero, you are brought before a judge and cleric of the law bearer very, very quickly. It's sort of like, as the person's walking out the door, they're like, I could do one more before I go home. And you are sort of brought before the court. And half a moment. Oh, that is not what I meant to click. There we go. Sort of takes up the bounty poster and says, you are a member of Runil's Rats, wanted for thieving, burglary, robbery, arson, violation of the truth of magic on behalf of the arcane panisophical, and rabble-rousing. What do you have to say to these charges?
Your Honor, I'm not,
Yes.
What would your name be, sir?
Fuck. I hate this question. Alright, let's find that out quick. Somebody roll me a D100 so we can see what race this judge is.
63.
63, that will be a human. Lucky. There's so many humans in the world. Half a
Dice did it.
moment. No, that's perfectly fine. I'm certainly not. It's a 63% chance it's going to be human, so you know. This is. He says. So I'm just making sure I'm getting this title right and everything too.
It's okay. It gives Nero time to figure out what he's gonna say.
Well, he's figuring out his own title and name.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. I was like working on this and then I stopped apparently at some point. Let's see here. Okay. All right, we'll go with this. He will say, sure, we're gonna go with that title. He will say, I am High Cleric and Herald Austin.
High Cleric Austin. Correct?
Yes, High Cleric Herald Austin. Herald is part of the title.
Yeah. Forgive me, oh High Cleric, but I'm not familiar with my rights and what the procedure is for this type of arrangements. Yeah, is there a? Can I be provided a litigator, perhaps?
If you wish to draw this out and plead not guilty, you can, of course, get a litigator, and we can draw out the sentencing, if you wish, to a lengthy court case in which you'll be imprisoned until such a time as witnesses to your various crimes can be brought before the court, if the court is willing to put that much time and effort into you. Or you could simply plead guilty, and the lawbearer will have mercy on your soul, perhaps.
What would my punishments be?
He says, either way, you are a danger to the people at large, you are an unrepentant thief, and you are a magic user of untold power. You will be going to the Black Bastion.
The what?
You can roll, and anyone can roll a history check if you want to know what the Black Bastion is.
Oh,
That's a 4, so she has no idea.
History?
Yep.
9.
9.
Alright, so you guys don't know what the Black Bastion is, which I think makes sense. Well, I think there's a good chance that you know. But he will say, the Black Bastille. My apologies, that's the correct term. He says, the Black Bastille, the most highly secured prison in all of Tal'Dorei, where the lowliest scum go, whether it is by thievery, by magic, or by strength of arms. This is where we put people that do not come out.
I'm flattered you think so highly of me.
How do you plead? Innocent or guilty?
Would there be a difference in my punishments either way, Ray High Cleric?
If you plead innocent, there will be a trial. A short one, albeit, as many have suffered under the hands of your guild for many years now. Once that proceeding is out of the way, you'll be heading to the Black Bastille. Should, in some miracle, the lawbearer find it that you are innocent, then you will be let go, made free.
Would there be a difference if I plead guilty or not guilty at this particular moment?
Yes, you may go to your punishment with honor, with dignity.
I plead not guilty. I wish to speak to my litigator.
There's no litigator necessary, and he brings his gravel down and taps it down as he casts the Zone of Truth. Make me a charisma saving throw.
Hey Ryan, can I do something real quick?
Yeah,
Can I roll my Cosmic Omen for the day? I haven't done that.
go for it.
What?
Okay. It is even, so you know what that means.
That's a wheel, right?
Yes.
Cool.
I rolled a 25.
A 25, you resist the power of the Zone of Truth, or you can willingly fail it.
Nero's gonna resist it for now.
Okay, you resist it, and says, you resist the Zone of Truth. You wish not to speak the truth in this hall, damning as it is. Very well. As you will not speak the truth here, you will speak the truth in time, when witnesses can be brought forth to your crimes, but in the meantime, you will be held in the jails of the Black Bastille. Make no mistake, the lawbearer's justice cannot be avoided.
Oh, come
Guards, take him away.
Oh, come on, I can't talk to anybody here. Come on.
They come up with a special set of manacles. There's runes inscribed along the cuffs, and they clap them on you. and you are sort of pushed away by a couple of the arms of Emon, and you guys see Nero sort of arrested and taken away. And the judge, the herald, says, "And you all there, you are responsible for turning in the bounty of this criminal."
Yes, we are.
"May the law-bearer smile down upon all of you for bringing this wanton criminal to justice. His craven sort do not belong in the streets of Emon. We thank you most highly, and your deeds will be recorded."
Thank you.
He nods and he says, "Well, I'm late for dinner, so I need to get going. My wife's going to kill me." And he packs all of his stuff really quickly. "Oh, thank you." And he runs down the street. And you guys can all return to the Rousing Spark later that night.
Yvaine turns to Ember immediately and says, "You know, we've never discussed finances, but I know that there's a pool that's just for the Aurora Concordant that you keep. Can we just, should we be giving you money to that more? I don't know how that works, but I feel like I should give you money instead of you giving me 125 gold for the good, how just..."
Keep it to be liquid.
Right, but...
We're all right.
Okay. Anytime you need anything, you know, you've never asked for anything, but you've provided for a lot, and I just want to make sure we're not taking advantage. Not that anyone would do so purposely, but you are gracious and generous to a fault sometimes. Please don't take that as being too offensive. I don't mean it that way.
Oh, absolutely not. But I don't feel like I'm particularly taken advantage of.
All right, well, very well then.
Okay. So as you guys all make your way back to the Rousing Spark, we will return very shortly to all of you. But let's view the experience of being arrested and thrown in the Black Bastille. So Nero, you are brought down the street by a number of the arms of Emon, who have you clapped in these irons. There's about 4 of them sort of marching you down the street. Is there anything you would do during this time?
It feels like I count how many are moving me around. So 4 moving me to the Bastille, correct?
That is right.
Okay, and I also get to try to memorize my surroundings as best I can with what little time I have.
Yeah, and it's not like they haven't put a bag over your head or anything. It's very clear. They walk you out of the courthouse. They throw you into I guess a carriage, but it's one of those iron barred carriages. So it's a caged carriage. They sort of throw you in the back. They pat it as they sort of jump aboard. The 2 sort of hold onto the back. The other 2 get on the reins, and you sort of ride down the street for a while. You kind of watch as you go, as the city goes by. A couple of children go, "That's a dirty criminal!" And they throw stones at you. They go, "Yeah, you evildoers!" And they sort of run down the streets together.
And I yell back, "Eat worms, you little shits!"
One goes, and the other guy he sort of bangs the cage and he goes, "Shut up!" As they kind of keep toting you down the street, and eventually they come to the Black Bastille. You are brought to ashen-blacked walls. You are released from the back by the 4, and as you move through these black walls, you move across a large white marble courtyard, and in the center is the Black Bastille. A single-story prison of just almost ominously black walls, no windows, and oh, okay, maybe my description's completely off. A single-story prison holding the most dangerous and irredeemable of criminals in Tal'Dorei. There is no windows. There's no open courtyards as far as you can tell. Only the one entrance, 2 imposing steel doors flanked by watchtowers. You are brought in through this gate, and you are brought into the front door. As the gates close behind you, the actual Black Bastille that I'm using is on Tailspire is not a 1-to-1, very clearly. It is not a single story, nor does it not have windows, but I didn't know we were doing this last week, so I had limited time. But anyway,
it's representative.
It's representative, exactly. You are brought in to the interior of this place, and in the actual canon, I would say it is multiple storied as you walked in, but it goes down into the earth. Deep, deep down. Many, many stories that go all the way down. And you are brought to a side room where various people you go through the processing where they're like, state your name.
So, as I'm going into processing, I ask the people the guards taking me in. So, how deep does that hole go?
Goes, you're gonna find out. What's your name?
Nero Duskval.
Obedient. We don't usually get obedient ones. Sort of writes that down. The guy behind you smacks you over the head, back of the head with a club. That's going to be a 22 to hit, and you're going to take.
That hits.
Yeah, and you're going to take. You're going to take like 5 damage. It's not meant to kill you or anything, but it hurts. He bashes you over the back of the head. A little blood starts trickling down.
Stop.
And they just take your information. They take all of your gear off of you. They start stripping you down. They do the whole, they hose you down. Someone just starts pouring cold water over your head. You're shivering. They throw you rags to get dressed in, tattered old rags. And they just kind of throw you into this like little holding space over here, Nero. And they say, or they look at it and they go, oh, this one wanted a trial. Amusing. All right. You stay in there for the time being. We're gonna keep you shackled. You'll be getting 1 meal a day, and when it's time for your trial, you can go get your sentencing, come back, and we'll assign you a proper cell. Any questions? Excellent.
Okay, Nero thought for a moment, but like, wait, one more thing.
Yeah.
Is it possible to can I send messages out to people here?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Persuasion. 12?
12? The guy sort of smirks at you and says, technically you haven't been sentenced yet. Yes, you may send a message.
Okay, I'm all... Okay, can you say... Okay, I'm gonna give him I give him a name and a location to find someone. Their name is Amaro Zolas, and I tell him of their location.
Yeah. He goes, really? Fine. I'm not the one who's doing the messaging.
He was like, thank you very much, sir. That's sir.
I don't know what you did to land in here, boy, but you're gonna get eaten alive.
I was like,
and he sort of.
That's what. People have gotten me out my whole life. As he's walking away, and I'm still here.
And yeah, walks away, and you can sort of hear as you linger here just the sounds of like, just like these sounds that go off every now and then, sort of cries, somewhere deep down, a pleading of like, cryings. Other people sort of, it's just this ambient silence, and very much like you can't help but be reminded maybe of like, not imagery, but certainly the depiction of the Nine Hells. There's many levels that travel deeper down. It seems the further away the echo, the more sort of insidious the sounds that seem to spout up from this great hole in the earth that you are about to be thrown into.
Like, Nero's just talking to himself. Like, is there like somewhere you can sit down, like a stool at all?
Yeah, there's old benches and stuff. Yeah, there's like
Okay.
bits of hay on the ground, and there's a big old bowl in the corner too.
Oh yeah. Oh, wonderful. I guess that's not to eat out of.
Nope.
Right. How kind
Not
of
by the
them?
smell.
How kind of them?
You sit down.
Nero will go back between pacing and sitting down for the next several hours before he sleeps.
It's very boring. Before you go to sleep, a tray is sort of kind of tossed into the across the floor into the actual cage. Stale crust of bread and and like a cup of water that half spills on the way in.
Meal fit for a king, sir.
And he just kind of walks away very, very uncaringly. Doesn't indulge much.
And I still have these shackles on, right?
You do still have they're fairly far apart, like Pirates of the Caribbean style, where like you can still ridiculously so.
I can maneuver around.
Yeah, you have decent mobility, but they are special manacles. You can see that there is like runes across them. And as you're eating your bread, you will hear something. You'll hear this. And you just kind of watch walking by. You see this. There's no other really way to put it. It's like a large, like the size of like a gorilla, probably bigger, platinum armored warrior, suit of plate armor that has blue cobalt runes all across it, and it just seems to walk by and begins to make the circle low. And this creature, there's more than one of them, and they will just sort of meander by every now and then. And as it turns its single blue-eyed gaze on you, you can't help but feel yourself physically, like in your blood and bones, shrink underneath its very like looking at you. You just feel like something almost dies within you as it looks upon you, and then as it looks away, you feel that sort of restored, and a chill goes down your spine.
Okay, so do I have any idea what those things are?
Make me an Arcana check.
Okay. 21.
21. This you have heard of, sort of more of like a bedtime story thing to scare you back when you were with the crew, maybe. But you were told about how the arcane panosophical or other folks. I'm just getting the lore down. You've heard about these dreadnoughts that are built and employed in built and used in Exandria for the purpose of hunting mages. These are known as the mage hunter golems. They're specifically built for making it impossible. Yeah, stopping mages, capturing mages, debilitating them of their abilities. They are anti-mage golems, essentially. And what you probably just felt under their gaze was the dying of your magic within your veins as he looked upon you.
Yeah. That's not pleasant. I'm going to keep examining my manacles and see what kind of lock they are.
Sure. Are you proficient with these tools?
Yes.
Make me a proficient intelligence check.
Make an intelligence check, okay? Three.
You're they're magical. There's something special about these manacles, but you don't know what their deal is. They do have locks on the side of them.
Okay. Can I examine the locks? How do they function? Are they special locks? Are they just...
You don't know. You didn't. You rolled a 3. They look fairly. They look kind of normal.
Okay. He's gonna. Okay, Nero is gonna. He's gonna keep looking around the cell to try and see if he can't find anything somewhat useful.
Make me an investigation check.
Okay. $15.
15. One thing is sure, Nero. For the shitty benches and piles of hay and the bowl of shit in the corner, these stones are like the solid. The construction of this place is immaculate, and this is, as previously told, a dungeon most designed to hold the most dangerous and skilled of criminals. You expect rogues of incredible skill are kept here. Okay. This is the place where master thieves go to perish. Do not escape.
Yeah. But, like, Nero is flattered that they think so highly of him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the thought begins to occur to you, Nero, as you're like, oh, I'm flattered they think I'm so important. I mean, I'm just like a kind of like a petty burglar thief, like use a little magic to kind of get my way. The thought does occur to you. As much as like you're like, yeah, maybe they're overestimating my abilities here, like putting me in this place. If they've overestimated you, that means that they've put you with people who are 10 times as horrible as you are. You get the sense when you get thrown in that hole, maybe the competition in this prison is going to be a little more intense than you're used to.
Okay, 2 things. First off, he's gonna do, first of all, he's gonna make sure nobody's around, and he's gonna check the benches to see if they're nailed together, perhaps.
They appear to be fused somehow. Like they are wood structured, but they seem to be like just made of wood and fused together.
Okay, so no nails. Smart. And he's gonna ask the next guard who comes along. He's gonna ask them, hey, I'm new here. Like, what is it like down there? Like, do they keep you in one big cell, or do they just give everyone their own? Give everyone their own.
The like 2 guards sort of hear that and they go, "Planning an escape, are we?"
Absolutely not. I'm offended you'd think so.
Right. Well, we'll tell you. Only the lucky ones get roommates. And, well, normally they're individual cells, because you see, if we put too many of these prisoners, such as yourself, together, they either eat each other alive, or they get a little too friendly. And, we don't want anyone feeling too comfortable around here.
Thank you, honey.
So everyone you just lock them. So they're just locked inside the tomb, basically.
Oh, make no mistake. We don't lock you all in separate cells because we hate you. We do it for your protection. You see, the people in this place, they're animals. They may be mortal, humans, elves, flesh and bone, but make no mistake, they're devils from hell. You're going to hell, my friend. I don't know what the fuck you did to get yourself here, but you're gonna be regretting it in about 2 days. If you make it that long.
Make it that long. People think I've been supposed to die several times in my life. I've made it this far. I might surprise you.
The other guard says, yeah, give him a chance. Bet you 10 gold he lasts 3 days. The other one goes, alright, I'll take that bet.
Do me a favor, by the way. Keep me up to date about what the betting pool odds are for me.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. 22.
22? They go, sure, buddy, sure. And they just kind of walk away as they sort of laugh very much like that guy, like they're like, whew, that guy.
And I yell back. Yeah, and I yield back to them. Happy I can provide you guys with such amusements.
And they just kind of keep going on. In which we are going to steer away as Nero, you spend a very cold, uncomfortable night on the cold stones of the Black Bastille, sort of hearing the foreboding tales of what is to come for you. You will have your trial on the morrow. But in the meantime, let's go to slightly more happier settings. Meanwhile, back at the Rousing Spark, because I assume that's where the party's headed. You guys maybe all jump and high-five each other as you've brought another criminal to justice and another heroic tale for the Aurora Concordant, and a little extra coin to put in your pocket and share some ales. And your unity together brought down a horrible wanton criminal, and you can all rest. Maybe Emon can rest a little easier. Maybe even all of Tal'Dorei, knowing that this fugitive is behind bars. What do you all do as you get back?
Man, I love a good manhunt. All right, Mage Mama, I have a bone for the dog, please.
Yeah, and Emma will say, well, of course, and she'll say, "Who, you want the bone? You want the bone?" And Fen will be like, "Hey, start barking." Goes like, "Oh, shh, don't disturb the customers." And she'll give a bone to Fen, who like takes it very gently, and then sort of like prances away across the bar happily and finds like a corner near the fire and just like spins the circle and sits down and starts gnawing on the bone. Is there anything anyone would like to do tonight in the Rousing Spark?
Well, is there anything that you're going to need from the rest of us, Finch, when you go to see your folks?
I don't think so. I think we should be good. Yeah, I think it'll be a fun time. So no.
Okay.
Are we? I don't remember. Are we all going to?
Oh, where are we going to?
Are we all going?
Yes.
Or just you? Oh, we're all going.
Yes.
Even me?
Do I have to? Damn, that sounds like a yes.
Yeah, okay, I suppose.
Okay. Incredible. Yvaine.
I had a question for Finch. So if we're all going, that sounds stupid, but what are we wearing? Like, is it like armor? Is it like regular clothes? Is it like the salon?
Oh no, this is not a fancy engagement. We're just going to visit my father. Whoever else is there is.
Who's a knight? Yeah, like I was going to ask, do I need to learn a curtsy or something?
So that's a. I feel like maybe some education is in order because I'm not certain.
Oh no.
No, I don't want to make a fool of myself. Please teach me. I don't want to be silly in front of you're very serious people. I don't.
Well, I'll put out there, Finch, just so that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but just so that we're aligned, perhaps, on what's to be expected here. Your family is like a warrior family, right? And I imagine that they're like, with that warrior discipline, yes, they abide by like the pageantry of nobility, but I don't think they're also like, their noses aren't in the air by any means, right? Like if you guys showed up in armor and weapons and covered, and I think there would be like a novelty to it, maybe even a little, maybe even your warrior family would be like, oh, okay, some proper warriors walking through the door. So both would fit.
Yes,
I think is what I had in mind.
Exactly. Yes, just trying to underscore that my family is not of like there's not like a nobility, like yes, because of my my father and the work my brothers have done in Amon. My family is very much recognized, specifically in the military in the Temple District, but we're definitely not of noble blood per se. We're more recognized because of the work that my family has done with the military. So to answer your question, Yvaine, technically, my father is actually an officer or a retired officer of the Arms of Amon. And my brothers are the ones who hold different titles of distinguish within the city.
But what I'm hearing is I don't have to put the puffy shirt back on.
Correct. No puffy shirt is necessary.
But you looked great in the puffy shirt.
That was terribly uncomfortable.
I know you were terribly uncomfortable. You shouldn't wear it again, but you looked smashing, Czar.
Thank you, Luigi.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, my father, he holds distinguish as being, former military. He is subsequently retired and is no longer, actively involved, although he gets his hands into things anyway, whether that is, by choice or by ask. And then, like I said, I'm not certain exactly who else will be there, since Beverly did let him know that we were coming. The whereabouts of my 4 brothers is always quite the mystery. Maybe you'll have the pleasure of meeting their acquaintance. Who knows?
Can we get a briefing?
What did you say?
Can we get a briefing? You know how
Okay.
at breakfast we tell you things. Maybe you could tell us things. You never talk about your family.
What would you like to know about my
How
family?
many brothers do you have?
I have 4 brothers.
4. Are you
I
the
do.
young? And you're the youngest, yeah?
I am, in fact, the youngest. Yes. So there's like a decent age difference. So between like my eldest brother and I, about like a 8 or a 9 year age difference. So to give you the rundown about my family, so it is just my father and I and my brothers. I think I informed you before that my mother has long since passed. I don't recall her. The only memory that I have of her is of the stories that my family has told to me. But yes, there was my father, who was a retired officer of the Arms of Amon, and then my 4 brothers have, like I mentioned, different distinguished with the various work that they've done. I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't maybe speak about the day of challenging, if we're in Amon and talking about what is a very popular custom. Are any of you familiar with that?
Only what you told me about. It sounds like a giant brawl between Team Bahamut and Team Cold.
Yes, it
I
is.
would love to hear more about this.
Yeah, so yes, I feel like that is a good summary, if you will. Yes. So other individuals are always welcome to compete, but yes, it is predominantly between followers of Bahamut, like myself, my family, and of the Stormlord. It actually is coming up in about 3 months or so, so we are a little bit early. But
We're not leaving, right? I mean, we're not leaving. It's winter. We can't be going out in the winter. Of course, I have to stay. That'd be ridiculous.
I will say it is up to the party's decision to. If you guys were like, we want to just like coax around in Amon for a couple months and like wait for events to happen. There's nothing wrong with passing months, even years of time in game if you guys wanted to do that.
I mean, go out and come back, go out and come back. There's going to be work outside of Emon.
There better be. You can't keep me in the city for 3 months, witch.
I wouldn't dream of it. Seriously, I wouldn't want to do it either.
Yes, so
we'll put you on a very nice ship, Zarbog. I'm certain somebody needs a deckhand.
Yeah, so to talk about my family is to talk about many things, but definitely the day of challenging is an event that encompassed many aspects of what my family was both known for and what I was raised to compete in. So you're right, Yvaine. It is predominantly a day centered around the Stormlord and Bahamut. And it is held in the God's Brawl arena here. And those who win earn the basically bragging rights and the title of Supreme Champion. 2 of my brothers hold that distinguish. So I feel like that is worth informing you about, because if I don't, they sure will. They sure will. I personally have never had a
I'm starting to get an idea of what kind of characters I'll be playing.
Yeah. I personally
Valentine's order early. It's a quick and easy win.
Yeah. I feel like my opinions on the day of challenging are generally not important, because up until I left, I didn't really have a say. So the day of challenging, as well as my upbringing as a paladin of Bahamut, really is what my childhood was centered around. And I suppose it's also worth mentioning that Grog Strongjaw has a pretty strong anchoring with the champions of the day of challenging as well. Let's see here. What is happening?
Sorry,
Oh.
that's very exciting. Sorry.
I am So every 4 years, Grog has been known to host a luncheon, which is always very strange considering you know anything about Grog, in Whitestone Castle for the Supreme Champions. And as I said, I'm going to probably just stop your education here, because if you get the pleasure of meeting my brothers, they will not stop talking about it. So there's that.
Ken and Finch's brothers have met and even had lunch and even fought Grog Strongjaw.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is canon.
So what I heard was competition and winning and bragging rights.
Correct. Yes.
So we'll
it is-
definitely be here then, because Zarvolg.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning. So I know that we haven't had many of a discussion in terms of the inner workings of what it means to be a knight, let alone just a squire like Beverly. I feel like I could talk forever in regards to what that process looks like. I'm not sure how much of an education or awareness you all have in terms of like what that even looks like. I know I haven't spoken much about my childhood, and you're kind of witnessing Beverly go through it firsthand.
If anyone wants to make a history check regarding knighthood, or the history of knighthood in Exandria, feel free.
I'm going to abstain. I don't think Yvaine would know.
Fair enough.
I'm certain that there are tavern stories, and I have a dirty 20.
Fair enough. Ember, and I'm just going to give it to you, Finch, obviously. So, the idea of knighthood, like, nobody really knows where, like, it all started, but back during, not really the Age of Arcanum, they kind of, like, they got a little aloof about all that. It was around pretty prevalent. So basically, back during the Calamity, during the Age of Arcanum, knighthood was very like strict codes of honor, strict codes of chivalry. If my opponent is at a disadvantage, I'll never make good on that disadvantage. It is unfair. Like, if someone were knocked prone, or if someone had dropped their weapon, they would be welcome to stand back up or retrieve their weapon so as to have a fair fight. Like, very, very, very strict codes of conduct about honor and chivalry and rightness in combat. And that is what it meant to be a knight. It was a very high-standing, high-expectation thing. These days, since the Calamity, especially here in Tal'Dorei, knighthood is, like, generally followed, like, the same tenets where, like, you start as a squire, you get a knight, that knight teaches you how to be a knight, and then you become a knight. But knighthood is typically associated with paladins of various holy orders nowadays, and knights is more of, it's closer to like a title that is used to represent the level of authority one might possess in such a holy order. It doesn't hold such like high standard as it used to. It's basically a title now. So for Finch to be a high paladin Finch, if Finch were to earn like a knighthood, there wouldn't be like a tapping on the shoulder of the sword. There wouldn't be like maybe they'd be referred to as like Sir Finch going forward, but there wouldn't be any expectation of a code of chivalry. No, there's no expectation that they're like, the common folk would be like, oh yeah, they're like super honorable, but in truth, with a 20, you're like, congratulations, you're a knight now, bye. There's no training or understanding of what comes with that. That's sort of inferred by being a paladin and having an oath that betters the world. It's sort of an inferred expectation through being a paladin, but knighthood's a title now. It used to be more, but it's now just a title.
Right. So, just to, I guess, for reference, you're aware that I have the title of High Paladin. The title before mine is, I hate to say simply Paladin because that makes it sound like it's not, earned. It most certainly is. After serving as a squire, and then above me is knight, and then the highest order is platinum knight. It is worth mentioning, since we were talking about the day of challenging, that anyone who earns the title of supreme champion, that trumps any other title that they may have earned. That is the level of prestige that winning that competition brings to any person who competes and may have earned it. 3 of my brothers hold various titles, with my brother just above me and closest in age. We were squires, both he and I, not for the same family, in and around the time that I left Emon. As to whether or not he's earned the title of paladin or anything thereafter is unknown to me, so we will certainly find that out if he is around. Any other questions, or any other questions you may have, Yvaine?
No. Polish the armor. Not too fancy.
Yes.
Don't have to bow.
Exactly.
Big fight in 3 months. Zars into it. Think I got it.
Yes.
Yeah, no fancy clothes and fighting. I'm all in.
Yes. But yeah, that's I feel like my family in summary, like I mentioned. As to the whereabouts of my father, I would assume he's in the city, since Beverly was able to locate him. My brothers, on the other hand, they venture, beyond the walls quite frequently, depending on what it is that they have going on. So whether or not you get to encounter them is a mystery.
So, now that Nero is gone and we can just talk, we do need to get a hold of Aurora, but we don't have to use your connections to do so if you're not comfortable using them. I had a pretty wild, far-fetched, but entirely possible plan that could potentially work if you would rather try to get her to contact us because of reasons. I don't know. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable.
It's not uncomfortable. So, just for your understanding, we had quite a close relationship. You're aware that you all have met Kima now. I was a squire for that family, so for me to contact them would not be beyond anything that would put me out. It's more as to whether or not what her schedule looks like, and obviously we don't want to be disrespectful with that, but going into the Cloud Top district is not, beyond an ask that we can do after we visit my father.
Perfection. So then tomorrow?
Yes, sure. We can go see my dad tomorrow.
Okay.
And then one last thing. So we've been sort of playing around with the Shade Barrow, and by playing around with, I mean it keeps jumping up in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
That's because you keep putting it in front of you, but that's a minor detail.
That's neither here nor there.
Darvo chuckles and gives Ember the finger guns.
Okay, but oh, no. I did not. The champion of Ravens mentioned Shade Barrow all on his own. I said nothing of it. Nothing. Finch, you were there. You heard the words that came out of my mouth. I am not stepping in front of it. It's coming in front of me. It's a huge difference. But nonetheless, yeah.
So is the question then, what do we do about Shade Barrow then?
Well, right now, it's just a matter of following research. But do you want to be a part of it? Like, I need to talk to Camellia. And we need to go to the Temple of Parole, and I need to talk to the skull because I can. And I don't think any of you want to or don't want to be part of it. We've separated and done things. I just don't want to leave anyone out of the process since, you know, I'm holding the skull and going to the Temple of Parole, and I'm going to spend time in a library.
I don't mind. Yeah. Ooh, books. I don't mind being a part of that. I feel like it'll give me at least it'll give me an excuse. I feel like otherwise, as I mentioned, I will likely get roped into things that I don't want to do. So library sounds just as good of an option as any.
Right.
Wait, where is the icky furball? Is she here?
Oh, yeah. I think they've already retired for the evening.
She's around. I think you on the way in would have saw. Well, you would have stabled your horses, as I imagine you weren't just walking. She's just kind of hanging out by the stables, talking to the horses. One goes, and she was like, "Oh, really? I didn't think so." And they're just kind of having a conversation.
You're so silly.
I love that. I love
Gerard.
Stop it.
Because she's a furball. Furball can talk to animals.
Yeah, they can literally just have conversations with them.
Yep, and plants too. Yeah, if you wanted to call Camellia over, like she's around.
How late is it? Like, is it too late for us to really get into anything? Do we need to do some of this in the morning?
Up to you. It's not too late. Not too late. Like, I'd say the sun's gone down, but like, you know, it's the city.
All right then. Yeah. Do you guys want? I'm going to ask her about her magic, and I probably should wait to manage the skull until Alistair's around. It's not really my purview.
We really have to have him around.
I can do this without you.
That would be fine.
I'm not trying to be shitty about it. It's just
that's fine.
I'm nervous about handling dead things, Ember. You know, like I feel like it's out of my purview, and I'm sort of screwing with energy that I don't really understand. I know I can talk to it, but
that's fine. That's your purview. I'm gonna go make myself busy in the kitchen.
I don't have to do this now. I'll do it another time. Don't worry.
No. Do it now. He's here.
I don't want to do it in a common room, though. I want to do it. Going to talk to a skull. I don't want to do it, you know.
Go upstairs or use the basement. Mi casa es su casa.
Thank you.
There is a sort of private sitting room upstairs that you guys could use if you wanted.
Yeah, don't have private time with the skull. That's cruel.
Oh, oh my.
Yeah. So Yvaine can do all of this, can separate and do this stuff afterwards, so.
Okay. Anything else anyone wants to do this fine evening?
I have one thing that I need to do, and that's to get 4 quart jars from the pantry, and I'm going to ladle out 4 quarts of mayonnaise. I'm going to put the tops onto them and put them in a little basket, so when we go to Finch's folks, I can deliver mayonnaise, which is a rumored treat that Grog really apparently likes.
that's true. That's very funny. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, you could absolutely go in the back, and the cooks will be like, and like pretend they're not completely invested in what's going on over there.
Like,
yeah, pretty much.
Well, and I'll spoon out the other gallon so we have it to use here.
Yeah,
because I get 2 gallons a day.
Yeah, and you sort of like walk out, and there's very much that look of like, okay,
yeah.
he's going to get the spoons, and and they're like, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. But yes, you do that. Anybody else have anything they want to do this evening?
I think ahead of going to see my family or going to see my father, at least, I would probably have like some time with Beverly, just to like I'm guessing that she would have been present for that conversation with the rest of the party.
Sure.
I think I would take some time, and we don't have to role play this, but like I think I would just take some time just to kind of go over and like more better articulate like just the nuances of like knighthood, and like talking about like my time as a squire, maybe talking about like what that looked like for me here in the city, and just like helping her understand like what it is like that I went through, kind of like tying it back to like what she's going through ahead of like meeting my dad and anyone else who shows up.
Got it. Yeah, she listens raptly. And yeah, you see there's a little bit of like, she kind of, as she's like, hears that like knighthood isn't what it used to be. Like the storybook tales that you hear about knights aren't really, it's not how it's done anymore. And she's a little air out of her balloon on that, but she listens very carefully about what you have to say and absorbs it. Yep.
I think I would, if I observe that, I think I would start to reassure her that like I understand why she may feel that way, and I think I would just let her know that as we continue forward, as we continue on, that's something I want to continue to examine as well. I don't know what that means or what that looks like, but not questioning my following or my faith, but just maybe starting to give thought on like knighthood, and
we could do better.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And it is worth remembering that religion and faith aren't always the same thing. And perhaps you consider that. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. If there's nothing else this evening, your various... Oh, Zarval?
Yeah. I guess I'll go for, before midnight, I'll go for a dream walk.
Okay. You find your way to your room upstairs. Everybody's got rooms in the tavern. Beverly's just chilling here, but she doesn't need to be right now. Where are you, Zarval? There you are. You and Fen sort of set up in your room. You get like a nice room with a bed, and there's like a big old bear carpet on the ground. You sit in the chair and you take the glaive out, stick it into the ground, and listen.
Yeah, I will try and contact Realmseer Eskil.
Okay. Okay. You peer your senses off to try and find the dreams of this now young man. And you find... What do we think old men, especially old wizards, dream about?
God only knows what he dreams about.
I imagine it's just like you get into this dream, and it's like you just smell like the smell of like old books and gin. And he's just like chilling in a rocking chair, like reading a little, or he's like basically the dream is him like thinking about a tome he just read, and there he is. But he doesn't look like the young man as you've seen him. You see this like old ass man, just like hunched over, like spindly hair, like dregs of gray hair balding, just like super wrinkled, just like this wicked old guy sitting in a chair reading.
Yeah. I'm not going to disrupt the atmosphere. I'll simply kind of Obi-Wan Kenobi glowy vision visit him.
You must go to the Dagobah system.
And I'll just say to him, Rum's here. I mean you no alarm. There's nothing critical or crucial going on. I simply want to inform you that we've arrived in Emon. The Aurora Concordant has arrived in Emon, and we will be seeing Aurora soon. Do you have any further guidance, or shall we just proceed?
Just do whatever you want. I don't care. Just leave me alone.
Well enough then. Return to your dreams. And I'll just leave him.
And you leave him. He's just a crabby old shit. And he's just... I believe there is a quote out there. After Vexalia met with Realmseer for the first time, and I think I've said it very many times before, she is quoted Realmseer Eskel to be a crotchety old fuck. And I think that is the best description. Realmseer Eskel. He just kind of waves you off. Are you dream spelling me? Get out of here. Be gone.
Yeah, that's actually very tolerable for Zarvog. Like, he completely understands such a demeanor.
Yeah, maybe Zarvog feels a little crotchety sometimes and gets it.
Yeah.
Zarvog definitely has the get off of my lawn vibe.
Oh,
Yeah.
totally. Big get off my lawn vibe.
I think Zarvog has the, like, little shits on my lawn. He'll show you and all the other kids. Like, kind of vibe.
Right, like,
Shoots an arrow out, but it just
Camino.
goes alongside them. It doesn't like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a monster.
Why am I picturing like the dude though from like the fuck is that movie? Like
The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
The Big Lebowski.
Oh, Big
Yeah.
I was thinking like Gran Turismo,
Right.
with fucking old ass what's his name?
Clint Eastwood, yeah.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood. Just
Maybe a combination between the two. Definitely wearing like a ratty bathrobe and drinking milk out of the carton.
That's Zarvog's. That's definitely Zarvog's like post-campaign epilogue.
I need that,
For
I
sure.
need that art immediately.
With like a hand crossbow and like a carton of milk. All right. Anyway. If there's nothing else from the squad, you all put your heads down on feather beds in this very nice inn. Ember, I imagine you and your mother actually have a home like across the street, like literally on the other side of the walkway. Just a small little place where you guys sort of reside, mainly because I couldn't fit more rooms. This is the inn with the most rooms I could find. So I imagine you have just like a little home across the street, and you go to your old room, and you're home again, and you're able to get some sleep. Though much has changed, you get some sleep.
Fantastic.
I'll tell you what, Ember, why don't you're home again? Why don't you take inspiration? I feel like Ember might be inspired, and yeah. Okay, you all go to sleep?
Yeah, back in his home kitchen.
Yep, back in the home kitchen, making mayonnaise, that's right. So the Aurora Concordant has a very restful sleep, unlike Nero, who we will just pop over to very quickly right now. It's Nero.
How am I doing?
You wake up sore, like no exhaustion or anything, but you wake up sore. You have your appointment very early in the morning, and my friend, it does not go well.
No.
You go up there, and there's maybe like, it's only been a couple of hours, and it was overnight, but they already have like 5 witnesses who have come forward, who all look very like unhappy. Yeah, there's already like 5. They found 5 witnesses around Amon to speak to the events.
I've never been to Emon. How did they get
No,
5
you
already?
I know, you're like, where the fuck are these people? And then you're like, and then they start describing the things that have happened to them. You're like, oh yeah. And they're people from very early on in your career. They're like, oh, I was in Stilbin and I was at the slots and this boy bumped into me and took my whole compass. I recognize him the day I was there. And there's another one who's like, I was just trying to feed my children loaf of bread, and then he pushed me over and burnt down my house. I have no idea why he did that. And you're like,
Nero does not remember that one.
You're like, okay, I didn't do that one. you're like, okay, that one I don't know about that one.
He doesn't say that out loud, but he knows for a fact he did not do that one.
Yeah, you're like, that one's bullshit. And another one comes over and like carefully describes you and your companions. And it's like, he stole a horse from me! And then you see the Daxio Outrider you recently stole a horse from, who's like, yeah, like, he came into our camp, he asked for a couple extra rations, and we provided it to him, and my horse was gone about 20 minutes later along with him. So, I mean...
Nero does remember that's one.
Like, that was your most recent gig. Another one comes forward and talks about something that happened, like, years and years ago. This person's a little more shady and you suspect might actually be a member of the Clasp, though, you know, nobody's saying it out loud, or maybe even the judge doesn't know that for sure. Because, yeah, I was out in Stilbin Way, and my home was ransacked by these 3 little bastards. It describes each of you and goes, my safe was cleaned out. I don't know how they got into it, but clearly professionals, clearly very dangerous. It was well-timed and well-organized and planned, and I'd suggest you throw them in the deepest, darkest hole you got, Your Honor. And then the 5th one comes around and goes, hey, spilled my porridge, or some bullshit. But it's certain... I don't know. I'm just thinking of crimes on the spot, honestly. But sufficient evidence is brought forth, or sufficient witnesses are brought forth. It says, the judge basically says, and like, you barely get a chance to speak. It's very sort of like the trial of Turian in Game of Thrones, where everyone here is very certain as to what happened, and they're like, this is almost like a waste of the court's time a little bit. And then the guy says, between the reputed adventuring guild, the Aurora Concordant, having brought you to justice, identifying you as a member of this rats gang, along with the other 5 witnesses who have come to bear, this evidence against you is sufficient. What do you say on these charges?
Hi, cleric. I ask a guard, wait, what's his name again?
He goes, his name is Austin.
Hi, Cleric Austin. Could you please explain these rules to me again?
Rules? You mean the law?
No, but what you're asking me specifically.
I'm asking you, do you have anything else to say in your defense before I come to a final decision based on the evidence that has been brought forth against you, which is substantial?
I see. Would it be possible to hi Cleric Olston, would it be possible to delay the final verdict by perhaps a day or so that I might find some witnesses that speak on my behalf that speak well of my character, sir?
You wish to summon character witnesses to attest to your good nature?
People who can offer people who might offer a different view of me, perhaps.
A different perspective of your character and the nature of these crimes.
Yes, High Cleric Golston.
High Cleric stands and says, "You thief, bring dishonor to this very court in the name of Arathis. For the law is the law. It matters not if you come from beggar standing or from high nobility. It matters not if you have been brutalized and lived a life of hardship. It matters not if you've come from a place of misunderstanding and nobility. The law is paramount, and it is the pillars of civilization. And you, Nero Duskovol, whatever your name is.
Nero Duskovol, sir.
My apologies. Nero, you have violated the law, and in the name of Arathis, I sentence you to life in prison in the Black Bastille. You shall have no character witnesses, for your character is irredeemable, sir.
But life? Oh, come on. Oh, this is absurd.
Perhaps you may think on the lives you've ruined under the care of the various denizens who reside within. May Arathis have mercy on you, for this court surely will not. Bangs the gavel, they grab you, and you're thrown back into the Black Bastille.
Miserable shit!
Just take him away, and an extra life sentence for contempt of court.
Like I get up, look out the carriage back window, and I flip him double birds, because why not at this point?
Yeah, your lawyer goes, who's been trying to help you out but hasn't really.
I didn't know I had a lawyer.
Yeah, there's been a lawyer there who's been like sitting like this the whole time because
I've been patting him on the back like, it's okay, buddy, it's okay.
Yeah, he's like this. There's no way I'm winning this. Basically,
like,
okay. And he's like a cleric of Arathis, so like in good faith he can't like lie to the court on your behalf, and he's like, I'm sorry, buddy. There ain't much I can do for you. I mean, you did all these things. There's witnesses. There's crime. The adventurers brought you in. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, but one of two of
as
them.
They're dragging you off. He says, "Objection, Your Honor. I'd like to ask for a short recess." And the high cleric says, "Denied." And you are taken away in chains, sort of just dragged along in chains.
That guy's so proud of his big fucking hammer, I swear to God. I swear to Bahamut.
And he looks, ooh, is that so? Bahamut's like, ugh. No, I'm kidding. All right, my friend, you are hauled off to the Black Bastille.
Did he give me? I'm sorry, but did he give me a third life sentence for flipping him the bird?
Nah, he didn't give you a second one.
That I could overturn on appeal.
Yeah, on the DM side, I got a little carried away. I felt the power a little too pointedly, and I gave you an extra life sentence. No, you're good. Only one life sentence. You only have to die once in prison. Okay. You're hauled away, and we will again return to you as you will be able to experience the interior of the Black Bastille, and we'll see if anything comes to help you out, or anyone.
If I can't figure something out here.
Yeah, see if we can't figure something out. But in the meantime, the party, who has long forgotten the name Nero, perhaps, you all wake up, the birds are tweeting outside your window. Tweet the shh, the lapping of the waves, the sort of sound of the dock workers, over here, sort of outside. You all wake in the warmth and comfort of the city. Maybe Zarvol does so a little annoyed because he likes the dirt. But the rest of you all wake up in the comfort of Ember's family home, so to speak. Incredible. Okay. What's on the docket? Emon is yours, Aurora Concordant.
Breakfast.
So, yeah, of course, breakfast, because that's what we do. We at breakfast we plan.
At breakfast we plan. That is true. So I will say, these guys were a part of your original party in Westren, so they don't. Like, you guys like to all sit down and, like, have a food together with all of your, like, companions and stuff. And they're kind of scattered about the bar, but they do talk to each other. You see that these three are, like, quickly growing very tight. But, if you want to pick that back seat there, still in his dark corner, the gloomy bard, Balthazar, remains, your scribe. You come down, Zarvol, you're like, all right, time for breakfast. You feel a very decisive newspaper whapping in the back of your head. As Sinestro goes, hey! It's time for your lessons, goddammit! What are you doing? You didn't do any yesterday.
And once again, as I guess I'm beginning to understand about Zarvald, is he's very tolerant of grumpy old men. So, so he's like, oh, yeah, we'll find a proper furnace today and do some real practice.
I know how I'm gonna make Zarvald fall in love now. I just need to give him the most hottest, grumpiest woman, and that'll be, and then Zarvald will fall in love. Okay.
Flame Rider
anyway,
Rin, you've already got it.
who?
Flame Rider Rin.
Oh yeah, he does
That
like
is
Ren.
true. She's
Come
a
on,
little.
she's angry milfy,
She's very milfy.
and he's very well geared.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll see if she hops across the plane to say hi at some point here. Okay, but anyway, you guys all go over. Zarvald, instead of breakfast, is like, with his like glass blowing lesson. Sestral's at the end of the table watching. Nails, hurry up! I want to go get some fish and chips or something.
And I assume at some point, it doesn't have to be today, but I'm assuming there's like a proper furnace, like city, glass blowing furnace in Emon that we should visit to get some real lessons in.
Sinestro says, no, there isn't. No, there's you don't go looking for such silly things. That is ridiculous. You should stay here, and we'll make do with what's around.
That does.
I don't need you getting distracted with. Just don't worry about it.
with comforts. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, yes, you hate comfort. Don't go looking for the easy way out.
All right, yeah.
All right, Sinestro implores Zarvald to not go looking for actual glass blowing furnace. But in the meantime, like at breakfast, Zarvald's hands are burned by glass. There's like a little glass blowing thing going on over there. But all of you guys are served breakfast. Hey, Ember, what do you think the Rousing Spark is serving for breakfast this morning?
Give me a second.
Okay, take your time. Breakfast is on the way. All of you get some drinks, some mimosas maybe, who knows? But Ember Van Zyl, or excuse me, God, your names are so similar. Emma Van Zyl serves you guys personally. Very happy to. Just good morning, everybody. It's good to see that everybody's doing all right. Did everyone have a nice sleep? Everyone had a wonderful sleep?
Yes, it was wonderful.
Excellent. Well, let me know if you need anything. Anything at all.
Happy's probably already following her all around.
Oh yeah, Happy's like thinks this woman is Happy's god. And she's all too happy about Happy. And yeah, Happy just hops around waiting to be fed the next thing that she does often feed. And she's like, my goodness, you're a hungry little thing, aren't you? And Happy's like, and yeah.
Breakfast this morning will be slabs of a fresh rye bread with 2 eggs of your choice and a large tankard with a candied and peppered bacon that's called orc bacon. It's been candied in light brown sugar, black pepper, garlic powder with a little bit of orange juice.
Incredible. People love it. It's delicious. People love it. You see this one orc in the tavern goes, this is very offensive, and he leaves. And the other orc's like, whatever. And he starts eating the bacon. He's like, oh, it's great.
It's bacon.
Yeah,
What's he get offended about?
I don't know why, I'm just offended. And he storms out. And the other 2 orcs are like, ooh, whatever. And they just kind of wait, and they happily eat his bacon. And yeah, it's a hit, as always. The Rousing Spark seems to be quite the popular place here on the docks. I mean, I gotta be honest. It's no Laughing Lamia Inn. That is probably the most famous tavern and inn in all of Emon. But it is on the docks. It is a hot pick. People are showing up. when they're coming in. And I will say that, folks, what's pretty interesting as you look around is like, yeah, there's all these city folk in here, and like, ooh, like a clasp in the corner, and like, ooh, maybe those are some like mercenary mages that are out of work that are sort of drinking their sorrows over there, and other citizens and whatnot. But also, you see some very, very dark, very tan-skinned individuals who have come in. Sailors, people from faraway lands also seem to visit this tavern, as it is right on the docks. The Alistair is off in the corner in some rapt conversation with this very, very, very tan-skinned man with like a long black beard and like a cap, like a light blue aqua captain's coat and a scimitar at his side. They're having like a conversation about something very, very grandiose individual. And yeah, and you guys you can eat and plan.
What time are we going?
Go ahead.
What time are we going to visit Finch's family?
There's no time set, so whenever you'd like.
You know, let's go after breakfast. I'm ready.
Sure.
And she looks fantastic, by the way.
And Finch is gonna be like, sure, I'm ready too.
You see that Beverly has like tried to do herself up to look. She's like, I think appearance-wise, she looks very much like a young Arya, a very young Arya Stark with short hair. So she's a little scrappy looking, but she does her best to kind of like make herself look presentable. Is like wearing like got her amulet right in the middle of her chest, and she's like cleaned her clothes last night and is trying to like look presentable. And also, of course, cleaned all of Finch's clothes while she did it, because that's her job. And if you guys are ready to go, you're ready to go. You guys are going to go visit the Andagar estate in the Upper District.
We are indeed.
Yeah, sounds good.
Are indeed. All right. You guys hop on your horses. On the way out, you'll see Camellia, who will kind of approach you, Yvaine, and she'll say, "Oh, hello, I hope I'm not disturbing you. You seem to be very busy about something."
No, actually, I was hoping maybe we could have some time to talk a bit later on today, if you're available.
Oh, I very much like that. I admit I've been trying to not pester, but I'm very interested to compare experiences with your. Sort of looks around. She goes, "Your common interest."
Absolutely.
Oh, excellent. Well, I'll see you later. Enjoy Emon. It's very loud.
It is very loud.
And smelly, but that's okay. Well, have a lovely day. Oh, bye then. Goodbye.
Bye.
And she just goes back to talking to the horses. And the stable hands are like, fuck. As she's just like been just having like an hour-long conversation with this one horse, and she's like, "Yes, you're so right. You really think I should visit?" And he goes, "Okay, I'll go check it out." And she's getting like a little city pamphlet tour from a horse in the stable, and the guy's like, "What?"
I will also leave Happy with the instructions just to enjoy Emma and maybe keep his eye on Camellia. Just make sure she's not, make sure she's okay.
Happy like furrows his brow at you and like stomps his foot and like hops up to you.
All right. Very well.
He's a saucy little thing. I love him. And he'll just sort of like hop onto the back of your horse, as I imagine you guys are kind of, or you can walk, you can ride, whatever you want to do. Up to you guys.
I mean, we have horses, and isn't it big? Didn't you say, like in Western, you said it was very big, and so we should take horses or it would take forever. And you said Emon was bigger, so same rules apply?
Same rules apply, I'd say, yeah. It is a long walk. This is a big ass city, so that's perfectly fair to take some horses around, and certainly making your way to the central district will give you some presentation. So, you guys go to the gate of the central district, and the guards there sort of say, "Halt. State your business."
I am Finch Andagar, and I am here to visit my father.
You're Finch Andagar? You?
I am.
He goes, Jeremy, did you hear that? That's the Finch Andagar right there. He goes, really?
And I'll stick my hand out and I'm gonna say, and you are?
They both like dropped their knees in reverence.
Oh,
and they're like,
not necessary.
and they're like, the great Finch Andagar, the descended angel. It's a great honor to meet you. Grant us your blessing, please.
Oh, and I'll just like, I'll humor them because I feel like that's gonna just make me super uncomfortable. So I will, I'm gonna like say, you can stand. You can stand.
All right, they rise back up. They pick up their spears.
And I will, again, I'll extend my hand and I'll say, first, and you are, and I'll like turn to the one, and I'll try and like shake their hand.
He goes, oh, I'm Guardsman Jeremy. And that over there, that's Guardsman Jean.
Jeremy and Jean, okay.
That's right. They paired us up for some reason.
All right. And I will humor them, and I will just say, Guardsman, may Bahamut's light shine upon you, and I will like just kind of like bow to them a little bit and like try and like make my way like past them.
Yeah, they're like one of them actually sheds a tear. Jeremy sheds a little tear. And he goes, "Thank you, great angelic Finch Andagar. Thank you so much. Open the gate by the gods." And they the doors open. The doors don't really open. It's just like a checkpoint, basically, just to make sure the rabble isn't getting into the high district. And you and your companions are most assuredly allowed to leaving. And as you pass Jeremy and Jean, their chests are out. They stand with a pride like you've never seen before.
And I'll like wave. I'll like keep going. I'll like wave to them as we.
And maybe some people around the gate were like, "Did you hear that? Finch Andagar? Oh my god!" And you see that your name starts to.
Yeah.
This might catch like wildfire. Possibly. You don't know what the mood is around a little, but clearly your name still carries a little memory for the people of Emon.
Yes. Let us go. I'll like start to like pick up my pace.
like counter, everyone. Like counter. You guys all make your way into the central district. And this is where the wealthier folk of Emon are. Just gonna make sure. I'm giving you a good description of where you are landing here. You see this very large residential district, in fact the largest. And you see people of the merchant class, traveling traders, ship captains, journeymen. And as you make your way up through the central district, through this patchwork of thousands of personal homes and tenants, that's where the checkpoint would be. As I imagine your family is housed in the Cloud Top district. And that is the checkpoint that you pass. And as you go into the Cloud Top district, you all see, the first thing you see as you sort of go through the gate and you all have this like, wow, Finch really has you look up and see a floating galleon. Sails and all fly right overhead, not too high up, only a couple thousand feet above your head. Full sails, large blue stones strapped to the side of the galleon, and rigging that extends very far, like the galleon is half a bird almost, and it flies over your head right up to the Cloudwatch Palace and begins to settle into a landing nearby as you look up and see the beating heart of Emon, the center of government of Tal'Dorei. And then you look around to see even more splendor before you. You see the Cloud Top district. You see what was once the... I'm going to make sure I'm not missing anything here. You see this beautiful, very, very recently built, clearly by the architecture, very, as much as, modern, Tal'Dorei modern, modernized architecture, beautiful, elaborate, and very well done. Yeah. It has museums. It has private quarters to some of the more prominent high nobles of the city. I'm actually going to just double check and make sure. I might be getting a little confused here because I want to make sure we're in the wealthy residential district. Marketplace, and there's Promenade. Another 10. Right quarter, members of the educated upper middle class. Well, you know what? I'm sorry to sort of recede like this, but I want to make sure we're going in the right direction here. So I'll leave it to you, Finch. I don't think we really totally discussed it. So the Cloudtop district is just like, now that I'm reading it, it's the Castle district, it's Palace district.
Yeah, it's fancy,
Yeah. So the Erudite quarter would probably actually be where your family is, because it is where the educated upper middle class live, where you entered from. And other than that, there's the Temple district. You could live there. I think that would be fitting if you lived there as well. And then there's the Central district, but that's very like merchant class, trader, ship captain, journeyman. And then the Promenade is like marketplaces. So what do you think? Where do you live?
Probably like in the Erudite district, and then like frequent visitor, obviously, like then the Cloudtop district, like Temple district, and then the military district is I know in the back of Emon. So yeah, probably like more like with the educated folk, and then frequent visitor of both the Temple district and the military district. Fair
enough. Okay, so I'm not going to rescind that. You guys will still see the I'm just going to say you guys met Jeremy and Jean. Oh, you know what they were? They were probably like the gate guards to your estate. Just like the two guys posted there, which is strange because your home has never had gate guards before. So that's a little, you're like, oh, weird, but like not unwelcome, I guess. Right. Maybe something's changed since you've been gone. But you guys still see the sky ship fly overhead and make its way over to the palace, which can be seen from any point in the city. And you make your way back to the Erudite quarter where you guys originally entered from, and you come onto this beautiful gated sort of grassy estate. It's a 2-story beautiful home, and we'll come to that in a minute. I want to deal with Nero's experience in the Black Bastille before we proceed into the party.
I'm having fun over here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, good. I'm glad. I got it all timed out. I got it. It's all coming together. The puzzle pieces are falling into place.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
So we find ourselves back in the Black Bastille. So while the party is having a wonderful sightseeing time, Nero is going to his cell for the first time. You, my friend, are brought in. You don't know where your effects are, but you are traveled up a couple of levels. Where did I decide to put you in jail?
Up to you.
Yeah. I put you over there for like the jail. So I'm just gonna toss you in here for now. This seems like a good place for scum like you.
Scum, please. I'm highly professional, scum.
I was professional. I'm a professional scallywag, I'll have you know. Alright. Just gonna give you the right name. So, you get thrown into your cell, and the guards sort of, ooh, no, I do know where I put you. It's up even higher in the castle, because I made sure I knew all the, knew it well, just in case anything special was happening. Alright, fuck it, you're put in here. You're sort of thrown, you're brought down a couple of levels, you're thrown in the cell, and they sort of walk away. There's not much. There is like a bedroll and another bedroll, but you don't see your cellmate, and you don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to have a cellmate.
Does it look slept in?
Yep, it looks like this place has been used. You are not the first prisoner in here.
Great, can't even have any privacy anymore. Nero's gonna like not touch. Nero's good story. This isn't the first time Nero's been locked up. I mean, this is he's never been locked up like this, but he's spent a day or two in jail before, and he knows when you're locked up with somebody else, you don't touch their stuff. You just don't. So he's just gonna go sit down on the unmade bedroll, I guess, and just rub his forehead and think about like what the hell he's gonna do.
Got it. You sit. You wait. It's very quiet, very boring. This is your fate now, apparently.
Can I make a search of the room and see if I can't find anything, like without interrupting his spots?
Yeah, maybe a little perception check or investigation check to sort of see what's what.
Okay. Okay, I'll take perception. 21.
21. You listen around, you hear around, you hear those same sounds now more prominently sort of all around you. You imagine it wouldn't be too hard for a man to go mad in here. As you look around the actual interior here, there is a chamber pot in the corner. You do see either wall, there are chains locked to the side. Oh, there's also one thing I forgot to mention before we proceed. As you are brought down, the guards sort of hand you to one of these mage hunter things.
Mm-hmm.
And it approaches you, and it takes this hand it has, which has this like weird, like circular iron band, and he sort of like thrusts it at your neck, and you are gonna hit by it, and these runic iron bands are like sort of unlock from it and hold onto your like neck, not like choking you, but very much like an arcane collar, and you feel that like dead magic feeling very prominently and unendingly ever since it put it on, and then it delivers you to your cell. So you have this weird collar on.
Great. Okay. At least they're keeping me fashionable.
You look around, but in your cell there are some manacles to the wall. There's 2 sets of manacles on the wall. There's 2 bedrolls. You can look out. You've got this like gated wall here that you can look out into the rest of the place, and you see some people sort of in the shadows, sort of walking around in their cells. It feels very dangerous in here, but other than that, there's not much else to see.
And now he's catching a chill.
Catching a little chill.
He's gonna try
the door swings open in this moment.
Is it dinner time already?
You turn around and you see the guard sort of push in this dwarf. Closes behind. You see this shirtless dwarf, but he's ripped, just like jailhouse ripped. He's covered in various tattoos. He's got like, his arm is covered in like tallies. And just like a number of jailhouse tattoos. He has like black tattoos around the eyes and everything, just covered. He has like, kind of almost disconcerting to see on a dwarf, like a shaved face, like patchy but shaved, along with the head. And his arms from the elbow down are seemingly replaced by these like metal gauntlets, just like iron gauntlets. And he sort of enters in. His body's also covered in scars. He's just this, and he's pretty tall for a dwarf. He's like 5'5". He's pretty big. He's this huge burly dwarf, ginger, super, super pale. Like this guy hasn't seen daylight in years. Is sort of pushed into your cell.
I look him up and say, "Nice to meet you, neighbor."
He turns around. Does a 21 hit?
Let me check. Let me check real fast. Oh, look, it does hit. And I'm not wearing any armor either, so hey.
Nope. You're gonna take 13 points of bludgeoning damage as you say something, he turns to you, grins, and just, like a reckless attack, just takes his iron fist and just punches you in the stomach, probably nearly breaking a rib, but, like, absolutely wins you. You find yourself collapsing to the floor as he just slams his arm into you, and then goes over and, like, sits on his bed.
Was it something I said?
He goes, "Shut up."
Good to meet you too. So
yeah, go
ahead. So I just get over to and just sit down on my bedroll and say, nice arms you got there.
I want to see more of them.
I'm just wondering how you got them.
He sort of grins, and you see he's missing teeth. And he sort of grins at you, and he says, back when Vecna was going to become the great king of all of our lands as he was meant to be, I had my arms cut off in reverence for him, sacrificed them in his name. You see, he only likes the left, but I thought I'd give him the right just in case. And I had them replaced with these, so that when people look at me funny or talk to me too long, I can collapse their skulls in and collect their teeth.
Faith. Dedication. Not bad. So, you in here for worshiping Vecna?
I'm in here for killing 100 men. For killing 100 innocent men in the name of Vecna, and leading the remnants into battle against the people of Vasselheim. They have me expedited here for some other mass murders that I had done before I left.
Okay, he's okay. Nero's gonna. Can Nero do a insight check to see if this guy's full of it or not?
Sure.
11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, throw a history check on that too.
Okay. 16.
16. You're looking at this guy like, and then you start to connect the dots. You remember hearing a story about a certain dwarven berserker known as Grimnock Ironfist, who was military in Craghammer, but left when it was revealed he was a member of Vecna's cult. And he led, he traveled, after he disappeared for a long time, showed up in Vasselheim on the day of Vecna's ascent, and was actually like the general of like Vecna's mortal forces, and slaughtered many innocent warriors there, and probably would have taken the city if it wasn't for Vox Machina.
Okay. Iron Fist. Yeah, that's right. You're the Iron Fist guy, aren't you?
What gave it away?
It's good to meet somebody who lives up to the name. Sadly, most people don't care about the reputation.
Reputation doesn't matter much in here, boy. If I might make a suggestion, shut the fuck up, or I'm going to bash your brains in. He sort of lays in his bed and kind of turns his back to you. Food comes.
I just take mine and just eat next to the window, lack of a better term, I guess. The bar's on the other side that's on the door, and just kind of like look out there.
As you grab your crust of bread, interesting. You feel a very decisive blunt blow to the back of your head as he hits you with a nat 20.
Oh shit!
That's going to be... Do you want to take exhaustion or a lingering injury from this wound?
Oh wow. You know what? I'm gonna roll a dice.
All right, go for it.
I'm gonna roll a d20 on D&D Beyond. If I get a odds, will be lingering wound, and the other one would and evens are exhaustion.
Sure.
That's 1 level of exhaustion.
All right, you will take a level of exhaustion as your vision sort of blurs and your constitution dwindles, and as you're sort of regathering your strength, he scoops up your food and water and walks back over to his bedroll with his as well. And sort of like glares at you very territorially as he eats the bread.
Okay. Could have just asked.
Just eats it quietly, very, very much staring you down.
I'm gonna just stay on the opposite side of him, and on my bedroll.
Okay.
Do I get any more blood on the back of my head?
Yeah, you got like your back of your head has not had a good day. A good 24 hours.
Days.
You're starting you're feeling it.
How much health did I lose that time?
Oh, that's right. You took 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Good grief! Wow.
Yeah, he's not a nice guy. You sort of sit. You wait for a couple hours for whatever might happen next. Nothing really comes of anything. Until a guard comes to your door and says, "Which one of you is Nero?"
I raise my hand.
You get your one visitor. Come on.
Oh. Like, it just takes like a moment for Nero to get up, because there's part of him that honestly thinks, like, because who genuinely thinks he's not sure about whether or not to stay in here. What would be worse, going down to the visitor or staying up here with old iron hands? But he chooses but he says, I guess he'll choose the visitor.
Fair enough.
And before he goes, he'll tell Iron Hands, keep my bedroll warm for me. I'll probably be right back.
He's sort of like, he just sort of like, so like at you.
Okay.
Do
I get before I walk away? Do I get the sense that he is uniquely interested in me at all? Like I remember, because I'm remembering what Alistair said about the possible conditions of my birth.
This guy, with your previous insight check, no, you're his cellmate, and your purpose is that they deliver extra food to your cell now because of you. And
okay.
That's probably the extent of why you're still alive, maybe.
He keeps me alive because he gets extra food.
Probably.
Like, I realize that as I'm leaving the cell and I walk down. Am I limping at all from like the wounds? Are they having any effect on me?
Up to you. You're damaged. Guards don't seem to mind too much.
Yeah, of course they don't. He trips over himself once or twice, but he's able to hold it together mostly.
All right. You are brought downstairs, where you are brought into a visitor's chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What does the visitor chamber look like?
The interior of the chamber. Well, you're brought up. Sorry, because you're brought up from the hole. There are two like visiting sections. There are sort of manacles. You are like manacled to the wall, as you are like sat before this.
Oh, it's like
have you? What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's like a classic like visitor sense in like a prison. Like their bars here. I'm like chained up and everything. Like
yeah,
okay.
It's a classic visitors sort of like between the pane of glass, except it's like between some iron bars. You are sort of shackled, and
So am I shackled like holding up my arms, or just like shackled to like the table?
You're probably shackled to the wall. Like, you can keep your hands on the table, but you certainly can't bring your hands together, nor can you reach like past the iron gate. But it's sort of like keeping you there.
Just out of reach.
Exactly. So you're sort of sat down in there. You wait there for like 2 or 3 minutes until the door finally opens on the other side. You see perhaps a welcome, perhaps not so welcome sight. You see the individual that you had called upon for aid just recently.
God damn it.
Yes, you see sort of like a tanny olive skin, a number of tribal tattoos across her body, very simple clothing, almost, again, tribal, almost Native American, and dress, long red hair, but a very youthful, very kind face. And you see walking in is your old flame, Amara Zolas.
I was imagining her having like dark hair, but okay. You're the DM. What do I know? I'm joking. Nero is looking very downcast as she's taking a seat and hasn't really managed to look her really in the eye yet.
Got it. She sort of, there's like a heavy sigh. She walks over and like grabs a seat and sits down. She goes, "So it finally happened, huh?"
It's good to see you too. It's good to see you too again, Amara.
Oh, don't give me that. Like it's not the good to see you. Like, look at you.
Yeah, Nero still hasn't quite looked her in the eye quite yet. Like, you're right about Emon. It's even bigger than you said.
Yeah. Where's Renil?
Nero takes a moment and says, Renil and Baz are dead.
Oh.
The myriad got him in still, Ben.
I'm genuinely sorry to hear that. I know how much they meant to you.
Yeah. I know you and Renil never really saw eye to eye on a lot of stuff. Baz liked you. Mostly, you know?
You know why we didn't get along.
Yeah. I know, I understand, yeah.
Do you? I mean, you're in here.
I'm sorry for dragging you in here.
What are you hoping for here, Nero? It's been ages since I've seen you, and you finally got yourself into this much trouble. I don't know how you're getting out of here, and I haven't seen you in years, and like
a year and 2 months.
Yeah, but who's counting?
I am.
Yeah, no kidding.
Look, Amara. I know things didn't end well between us.
How did you get in here?
I fled here. I fled to Emon after Baz and Renil got whacked. And I give her the whole story about like the myriad seems to have been hired by people who kind of like want to tear out my heart and do something with it. Or something like that, and I just fled over here to Emon, trying to either come into contact with maybe the Jasper, and eventually I got here to Emon. I was hoping to meet up with Jasper, or maybe you, and ask for some help.
Some help with what? To get a hiding place while things blow over as usual with the Clasp and the Myriad and whoever the hell else is on you now? And then get back to it? Was that the plan?
I was hoping maybe if Jasper didn't walk out, maybe you could hook me up with a ship or something like that.
A ship?
Get me across the sea, maybe.
Nero, I'm a fire Ashari. I don't know how much money you think we have. And besides, why would I? I mean, even in some miracle you get out of here, like, I'm sorry, but why would I help you? You haven't changed at all. You're the same Nero. Irresponsible. Just doing whatever you're told to do, whatever whim comes to you in the moment. I mean, Renil's smart and he got you out of trouble, but I mean, you can't keep doing this, Nero. And it looks like you can't anymore. You really got yourself in a hole this time.
Yeah, literally.
Sort of like looks off the side window and looks down at the hole.
Amara.
Yes.
I know. I know why you might not. I know you're angry with me. I know you. There was no reason they should stop you. There's nothing for me. There's nothing stopping you from just walking out that door and leaving me here. Maybe I deserve it, maybe.
Yeah, you do deserve it. And
please.
I'm not angry, Nero. I'm disappointed. I mean,
yeah.
You could be more than this, I think. You have a lot of potential. And I don't know why you keep...
It's tough to teach a dog an old dog new tricks, you know?
Yeah, but you're not a dog and you're not old.
I point to the collar on me. I'm halfway there at least.
You know what, Nero? Maybe you are a dog. Maybe you're just a follower. Maybe Renil tells you to do something and you do it, and now without him, you're just kind of without guidance.
I've thought about that, yeah. Amara, I don't have anything left.
I can see that.
If you choose to walk out here, and I wouldn't blame you, this has been the end of me. You always told me that you saw something more in me than just some street thug. You always told me to try and be something more, and I never listened to you. Maybe I'll listen to you now. Please. Amara, I don't want to die here.
Make a persuasion check.
Do I get advantage at all?
No.
Oh man.
You've been down this road with her before. She is you need to convince her. She doesn't have any reason to believe you.
9.
9?
Shit.
She goes, and how exactly do you intend to make that happen, Nero? You're gonna listen to me now? What are you gonna do? You're gonna join the Ashari?
There's this...
You said you would never do that. And frankly, I don't see you joining the Ashari. I don't think you could... I don't think you have that in you.
Maybe.
And that's not an insult. You look out for you. And I look out for the world. I have responsibilities. But you, Nero, you don't have any responsibilities. You never grew up enough to claim any.
He's gonna... he's gonna say, Mara, I've been running around for years. I've taken whatever I wanted, when I wanted it, and whoever I wanted it from. And now I don't have anything. It's taken me this long to realize, yeah, you're right. I've wasted a lot of time. I begged other people for help, and they didn't believe me either. But I promise you, for everything we had, and how much you still matter to me, if you help me here, it's a new day. I'll know. It'll be a new day for me.
You're gonna give up what? Crime?
I'll try and be a hero. Be what you want me to be.
Make another persuasion check. I appreciate the authenticity. I will give you advantage for the good roleplay.
Okay. Just needs to roll well. Man, 9. It's just rolling like shit tonight.
And last time too. I don't know what the hell's going on. That was with advantage, 9?
Yeah, it's an advantage.
She goes, Nero, I gotta say, I don't know if I trust that. I mean, it's like I just said. Whatever Runil said, you did. And
he's gone.
And he's gone. So
gone.
You're just gonna go out there and you're gonna change your complete way of life at the drop of a hat? I
know things, you can't just change the flow of a river overnight. Maybe if you put someone in charge of me, they'll keep me in line. I know there are these people in town. They want to turn me in. If anyone would keep me in line, they would.
You want me to go to the people who threw you in prison and ask them to be your parole officers? I mean, that one was a paladin of Bahamut. But like, that's like honor and defense, and
maybe they can make an honest. I can't think of anyone better to make an honest man out of me.
Make a persuasion check. Come on.
I'm trying here, man.
This is only dice number 4. It's all good. It's the dice tell a story. It's all good.
Yes, 22.
There 22. We fucking go.
Finally.
The dice, 22, she goes. She sort of like looks at you very long. She says, "You're serious about this? You want me to put you in someone's service if I can get you out of this?"
Yeah. It's like you said. They called us Runil's rats, but I was the guy's dog, basically, more than anything else. Maybe I just need is a better gang. Teach me how to actually do things for the good of everyone.
You're not trying to steal a free ride from me now? It's like you said, you take what you want when you can get it.
I wouldn't touch you like that. I don't want to hurt you like that.
You have before. Listen, Nero. I'll see what I can do. And there's no promises. The Ashari have some influence, but I don't know if it's even enough to get you out of here. I'll go and try and pull some strings if I can. and I can't promise anything because I'm just a flame keeper or flame tamer.
Thank you. I know I probably don't deserve this.
No, you don't. And to be clear, this isn't so that you can go out into Emon and get a free ride and take up crime again. This is an opportunity to exactly. It's a new day. It's an opportunity to try and grow up and become someone that you can be proud of.
Be the person you thought I could be.
Don't listen. This doesn't change things between me and you. What happened, and I'll do this for old time's sake. But Nero, don't do this. Don't. If you're gonna get out of here and you're gonna turn over a new leaf, don't do it for me. Do it for you. Okay? She gets up.
Take care. I like your new hair.
Thanks. You look like shit, by the way.
You should see some of the other. You should see the other fuckers in here.
Take care of yourself, Nero.
Yeah, did she see any of the bruises on the back of his head at all? Or,
Fuck yeah, she did.
Yeah.
You don't look good, bro. You got like blood trickling down your neck and shit.
Yeah. And for the record, Nero has a couple like tattoos on him that I'll go into detail later on.
Cool. Amara stands up. She turns. She walks out. The guards grab you and they take you back to your lovely cellmate, who I'm sure is going to just be the most hospitable individual. And you will have to endure the challenges of the Black Bastille, the loneliness, the violence, the general malice felt by all, including the guards.
Mm-hmm.
It's what your life is going to look like if she can't get you out of this.
Quick question. His name Ironhand, right?
His name is Grimnock Ironhand.
Grimnock.
Or Iron Fist, excuse me. Grimnock Iron Fist.
Okay, I come back. Okay, when I come back in and I sit down in the bedroll, I'd say, "Good news, Grimnock. You're gonna get some more food for a while."
And he turns over and goes to bed.
I just look out the iron bars, the window, basically.
You look out the window, you look down, you see some individuals in different places. You see like this old, raggedy, like noble woman, and this, or looks like she might have been a noble woman at one point, but she's all dirty and grimy, and sort of like looks up at you and kind of like blows you a kiss, and sort of like smiles in this kind of like weird manic kind of way.
And he knows, like, stay away from her.
Yeah, you see this like this one guy's got his arms through the bar, who's like thick, brawny half orc, missing an eye, scar down the side of his face. Sort of like looks through the prison bars at you and kind of like is just like looking at you like your dinner.
I stare right back at him.
All kinds of dangerous, disreputable people who have no doubt caused significant pain and harm to Tal'Dorei and the world of Exandria at large. And you are
I'm in their esteemed company now.
Exactly. Okay, let's go to a break, and then we're going to go to the Andagar visit. That will be the next on the docket.
Meanwhile, at the Andagar Estates, a party is in full swing.
Exactly. We'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like this. And he's the spitting image of a paladin. So there's your handout. And he comes over and he says, "Finch!" And he gives you that one sort of like brotherly, like that kind of hug. And sort of pulls back, kind of gives you the shoulder shake. And he goes, looking good. High paladin, huh?
Yes. Like I said, it sounds like you've heard some of the tales on the road, but I'm more than happy to regale you with them a little bit later on. How about yourself? You're looking some type of way, and I'll feel like I'll give him an up and down, and kind of like a like that older sibling, like a younger sibling, like banter.
Yeah, he just goes, "Hey, it's not easy being Platinum Knight. Maybe you'll get what it's like one day, huh?"
Yeah, I can only hope.
Yeah.
And I'll wave everyone over.
And he goes, "Oh, you've brought friends."
I have, and I'll kind of step to the side, so that they can, everyone
present themselves.
Yes.
The squire stays to the back. Who will present themselves first to the Andagar patriarch and heir?
Oh, not me.
Oh, I will.
Tell me, Ember, do you think you're in your finest clothes?
You better believe it.
Bam! You see Ember coming in like a Russian noble, absolutely well dressed for the occasion. You come forth, and you step forward. The servant of your home kind of is looking through the scroll, and apparently hasn't received information on your attendants or companions. Better put. Gabriel said, or your father says, Finch, you can introduce us?
Yes, and I will introduce Ember. This is Ember Van Zyl, also of Emon.
Of Emon. And he will put his hand up to shake yours, Ember.
And I will move the basket to the other hand and shake his hand.
Fantastic. And it says, of Emon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Where do you what district do you find yourself hailing from, if you don't mind my asking?
My mother and I are from the port of Emon.
I see.
And
a good place to be.
Speaking of, on behalf of the Rousing Spark, my mother and myself, I would like to present you with what is perhaps one of the most favored condiments enjoyed by Grog Strongjaw himself.
And you sort of present it, and as you sort of present it, and Gabriel and Kima's sort of looking up in the basket, I want to see. You hear Antro go, "Oh, Grog Strongjaw, me and him go way back." And he sort of takes it out and he sort of opens it and kind of smells it and goes, "Well, it's I see. Well, we'll have to give it a try. I admit I haven't. I'm gonna roll for mayonnaise."
Roll for mayo.
He goes, "Yes, my sons have told me much of mayonnaise. I admit haven't had the opportunity to try it. Perhaps we'll put it out on the table tonight. Thank you, Ember."
You are very welcome. And I will step aside.
Step aside. Fantastic. Incredible. Who's next?
Yvaine will step up next.
All right, Yvaine steps up next.
You had said that she could go to the market, and I said I was going to buy some clothes. So
sure.
She's been kind of undergoing her little metamorphosis. So she's actually wearing her chitin armor. Real quick, would you allow me to druid craft a change of color to the armor? It's completely cosmetic, obviously.
Sure, but we'll say it's through natural means. It's not like an illusory perfect 1-to-1. Maybe there's something growing on it. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah, it should not look brand spanking new or anything like that. It should have it's not going to be fuchsia pink. She actually wants it to look more like stone, grays and blues. Some green moss in there would be just fine.
Okay, we'll say that you can use Druid. You could have used Druid Cap to sort of weather the armor, almost to kind of get the rust color to sort of dissipate a little bit.
But the breastplate is almost like a corset, so she's got a very steampunk kind of silhouette where she's in a skirt that's tailored a bit through the knees and flares out, but you can see that there are little buttons. They look decorative, but if you think about it, She's clearly ready to like pin it up and fight.
Cool.
Little tiny little hat on her head, the little itty small.
Yeah. The little.
With the kind of puffier sleeve. So yeah, and then she's got the sickle of the Ashari on one side, and on the other side she's got her scroll and just a simple pouch with something in it. Something kind of heavy, obviously.
Fair enough. So you approach this sort of older man, the supposed father of Finch Andagar, allegedly.
Alleged, if that is your real name.
If that is your real name, puts out his hand to shake yours, and he says, Gabriel Andagar, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yvaine Starborn.
Yvaine Starborn. He sort of like gives you a look, Finch, of like, this should be your job. But he introduces himself anyway. And he says, I hope I would never mean any offense. But if I might comment, you seem to be, you do not seem like a city folk. Where do you hail from? What is your heritage?
I am from Terra.
You can't imagine how glad I am to know that I wasn't just being incredibly offensive to someone from maybe a different district of the city. From Terra. Ashari from Terra. That's quite a far ways away. Where did you two meet?
Just outside Stilben.
Antero will say, Stilben, isn't that from, Stilben's on the other side of the continent. That's strange world.
It is.
He'll take your hand, Yvaine, and sort of kiss the knuckle, and he'll be like, Platinum Knights, Antero Andagar, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. He's probably blushing just a little bit. I think it's the first time anyone's ever kissed her hand.
Yeah, he's got like piercing blue eyes. He's definitely like the classic, he's the spinning image of like the classic blonde, like Lancelot paladin, you know?
It's always like windswept too. Like, why is there always wind?
Yeah, it's like I know he picked up the fucking prestidigitation cantrip just so he could do that.
Right? And I just whisper that under my breath, like roll my eyes.
He paid 50 gold for a prestidigitation ring just so that would happen.
He's
I
probably
know he
also
did
got that cloak of billowing thing, so it just billows and whiffles a little bit.
Oh, he says, yes, they give you one for free when you win on the day of challenging, such as I did a couple years back.
Finch just told us.
Count now how many times I hear about the day of challenging. Okay, yes.
I mean, seems like you're always bringing it up, Finch.
Yes, am I the one who's always bringing it up, dear brother?
The Platinum Dragon says nothing about pride.
Okay. All right then. And I'm gonna like look towards the door to like get Zar. Like
you're like, all right. Anyway, here's my dirty hobgoblin. Zarval, you come in. You look down at Fen. You see Fen is like well cleaned with a little bow tie and is walking in. You're like, what the fuck? What are you doing? This isn't our aesthetic. I know Yvaine got her hands on you. No, I'm just kidding. Your dog comes in looking like a usual proper war dog, minotaur horns and snake skin, just like an absolute savage fucking mastiff. And you approach its owner.
Right, and much more like Fen and much less like the other three. Zarval looks like he just stepped in like out of a muddy field. He's kind of receding. This is all always very uncomfortable. So he's kind of receded into his own hood, which he hasn't lowered. Kind of hoping nobody's going to notice his brick red skin. And he also I'm assuming as like the major party is kind of standing there, in the center and introducing themselves. There's probably like, we're not supposed to call them servants, but the help. You
call them servants.
Yeah,
darting around the periphery, and he's probably like, like trying to clock everybody's movement as they go by.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You're a bit of a dodgy figure because that's how you survive in the wild. So everybody's sort of, and there are servants that are like on standby with a broom as Zarvalg enters the room. At least, directly
behind him as he walks. like curling in reverse.
Yeah, like reverse curling after you. That's hilarious. Maybe not quite yet, but they're ready to go. They're probably ready to go. As you sort of approach Zarvog, you're sort of receded. You see Kima just sort of like sees you, goes, "Oh, hey Zarvog! Hey Zarvog! Hey, how's it going?"
Lady Kima, nice to meet you again.
She sort of like elbows Gabriel and goes, "Oh, he's my favorite, man. Look, this guy's awesome." And Gabriel's like, "I see. Definitely trying to like hide his disdain for the amount of mud you're tracking through his house."
Master Andagar, thank you for having us.
Please call me Gabriel. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zarvog. You're a friend of my.
And then he kind of eyes the what was the brother's name?
His name is Antro.
Antro. Yeah, he kind of gives him the the once over, the up and down, sizing him up.
And he sizes you up too, and he doesn't like stick his nose up at you or anything, but he's almost like, okay, here's a proper, like, maybe this guy will be there in the day of challenging. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to kick this guy's out. You size each other's up and give each other like the kind of a what's up nod. Yeah. Immediately, Zarvog and Antro are immediately bros. No words exchanged. Immediately, just like
immediate initiative.
What's up, man? Zarvog, you son of a bitch.
No contact fist bump.
No context fist bump. What, the platinum dragon got you pushing too many pencils? Go ahead, Finch, sorry.
Finch's worst nightmare realized.
Zarvog immediately rose up with your oldest brother.
Oh, shit.
Great. Okay, well then. And then, like, I guess as that's happening, I'm gonna, like, motion towards the door, and, like, I'll do, like, the Beverly whistle.
And Beverly sort of kind of walks forward a little uncertain, like, oh, am I supposed to like not be seen? Like she's kind of trying to figure out the best way to sort of gauge here. But she sort of approaches and kind of like tries to find her way to your side. She's like trying to gauge how she's being presented, if at all.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't expect to be.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. She sort of and sort of comes forward. You see, she looks very nervous.
Mm-hmm. And I'll I'll put like a hand on her so that like she like calms down a little bit. And I will say, and last but certainly not least, Father, this is my squire, Beverly.
Yes, I see. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. I don't speak to squires. Even my own son. And he will go up to Beverly and he'll sort of like stand and kind of like do the like, judging the kid, like, kind of like walks up to Beverly and Beverly's like, hello, Mr. Andagar, sir. And he goes, so you're my child's squire, is that it? He goes, yes, sir. And he goes, you've been taking good care of them and they've been teaching you well? He goes, yes, I mean, I hope so. I've been doing my best. He goes, well, have they taught you how to fight or anything yet? He goes, a couple of little lessons. I mean, I just became High Paladin Finch's squire a little whiles ago, and the High Paladin's been so very busy with all kinds of dangers on the road. I'm really honored to be. And he goes, well, let me see him. He goes, what? He goes, let me see him. Show me the guns. Come on. And Beverly's like, and he goes, okay, all right. There's hope for you, I think. And he kind of like gives Beverly like a little like toss of the hair. Says, pleasure to meet you, Beverly. And says, so, welcome everyone to my home. I hope Finch hasn't made me out to be any kind of arc devil or anything on the road. And Finch, I'm sure you'll be glad to be home. Your room has been left the way you left it if you want to go visit, and obviously we've had a couple of people over. Antro says, so you don't know Finch, but Father was asked to join the Emon delegation to the Tal'Dorei Council. So you're officially looking at Delegate Andagar. And Gabriel's like, Well, thank you, Entero. Yes, it's true. I have joined the delegation to Emon.
Oh, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. I was going to ask you. I feel like I didn't know that you were into politics, Father. Is this a new endeavor or something you have always wanted to do?
And he sort of gestures for everybody, sort of walk in the hall, and you guys kind of like slowly walk and talk as you get to make your way into the hall. All of you are brought sort of, servants walking around with trays. You're all given like little flutes of champagne. And he says, "No, it was actually brought to me. The Master of Defense actually came to me, and we spoke some, and, well, the Platinum Dragon asks us to serve in strange ways at times, and perhaps the best way to defend Tal'Dorei and show honor to the family is to, surprisingly not with the sword, but perhaps with words, which is not where I ever thought I'd find myself."
I understand. No, I understand. Like you said, Bahamut asks us to serve in strange ways sometimes. I know that I too have experienced different showings of that on the road. Again, a story for another time, I'm sure.
Story for another time. You're going to have to spill all your secrets eventually, Finch. We want to hear about what you've been up to.
I most certainly will, but I feel like there are other guests right now for me to speak with.
Antero says, "Yeah, Xander, the least amongst them, he is pissed. You're a high paladin, he's only a paladin. You've surpassed him, and he's your older brother. He is pissed." And Gabriel's like, "Antero," he goes, I'm just giving Finch a warning. I mean, protection is a Platinum Dragon's whole thing, isn't it, Father?" And he sort of like shakes his head, and he goes, why don't you go make yourself useful and, I don't know, talk to somebody, Antero. He goes, "Thank you, Father. You're always so, generous with your appraisal of me." He goes, "You all excuse me?" And he will sort of, billowing behind him, big blue cape, he will meander off into the crowd. He says, "So, Finch, which of your brothers shall we say hi to first?"
Let's see here. You mentioned Xander. I feel like we can wait on that a moment. You said they're all here, right? Where's
Kingsley? Kingsley, Wyatt, they're all here. Yes. Kingsley, yes, let's go find Kingsley. And you guys are gonna go meet Kingsley. And at this point, I think it would go without saying that, Beverly's gonna be on your heel, Finch. But for the rest of you, you're welcome to go carouse, and you're more than welcome to follow along with Finch and meet the family. Just as a note. So as the little forming delegation that is Finch and their family, you guys sort of follow along, and you were going to go meet Wyatt Andagar, or Kingsley Wyatt. Kingsley, excuse me. Look at your little delegation. Look at you.
Mm-hmm. Happy's following along.
Yep, Happy's bing, bing, hopping along, and one of the attendants oh no, sort of you can see they're oh, suburban house, oh goodness. And then they sort of begin to get the impression that the rabbit's with you, and they go, oh, okay. Where are you, Kingsley? Where did I drop your mini? Where did I drop you? Hey, I guess you're gonna go see Antero again. You guys all actually
we cannot get rid of him this whole time. He's just always there.
You keep telling me to leave to go talk to new people, and you guys keep coming over. You see Antero. There's a number of people sort of gathered around, a number of nobles, most of which you don't see. One or two of them are Finch, welcome back. One of which is a neighbor or an associate of your father. Another who regards you by name, but you've never met before, and you're oh, hi, you.
Right, and it's been too long for me to actually ask their name.
Yeah, it's it's so good to see you again. And then one of them's oh no, we haven't met, but I was there for your I don't know, what do you call it? For the ceremony preceding the day of challenging. It was an incredible thing that happened in Emon. I was there at the presentation, and begins to talk, and your father sort of saves you a little bit. Gabriel says, he goes, Delegate Finch, it's always so nice to see you. Perhaps we might talk later. I need to address my son. He goes, oh, of course. That individual walks away, and you guys come before The next brother down, as we're making our way down the totem pole, you are going to see Officer of the Order Kingsley Andagar. He looks similar to his older brother, except that he has no facial hair. He has a very sort of wide jaw. He also has that, like, paladin appeal. He has longer golden locks that sort of drape down, slightly ruffled, but so as to look as such. Symbol of the Platinum Dragon. He has gold armor. It's not gold, but it is like a brass color, probably has a finish on it. And he's like not as bigger than life as his brother is. He's wearing a very nice armor for his station, but not like so over the top that he's wearing like polished steel with gold embellishments and a blue flowing cloak. He just has like simple gold armor, or gold finished armor, I shall say. There's a handout for Kingsley Andagar on level 20. A little more intense, a looking individual. And he sort of looks over and sees you, and a small smile curls across his face. And he comes right up to you, Finch, and gives you the same, like, metal on metal, sort of like hug. And he goes, Finch, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you as well. And I feel like I would greet him, like, a little bit more warmly than Antero, just because of, like, the relationship.
Yeah, and he sort of, like, he sort of says, it's a good thing you're here, Finch. I don't know if I would have, sort of drowning in all of the, I don't know, championness.
You know how much I hate these things.
Yeah,
but yes, we'll do it for father. And like, I feel like we'll just have one of those moments where we both like roll our eyes because like the nobility thing or like the fanciness has like probably never been like our gig. So we'll just like take a beat of relief. Like,
yeah, he kind of gives you the hug, says some of that in the shoulder, and he kind of like does the same thing. He's almost like assessing your armor, but he's like really close to you, so you can kind of have that like quiet word. And he goes, well, maybe we get together for a drink later when there isn't so much pageantry.
Yes, I would very much appreciate that, brother.
All right, well, smiles on. And he sort of leans back. He goes, it's great to see you, Finch. How's your travels?
They have been interesting, for sure. We have come across many an adventure. And again, I feel like when we've gotten done greeting all of our guests, maybe later this evening, myself and my compatriots here, and I'll like... to save like introducing everyone over and over again, I'll just like gesticulate and I'll just say, after dinner, maybe we'll regale you with tales on the road.
That would be awesome. That would be excellent. I'll say that catch saves. He was going to say awesome, but he says excellent instead to try and keep up with it. And he says, and friends of Finch, a menagerie of individuals. You all seem quite capable, and I thank you for keeping an eye on my younger sibling on the road.
She has been a boon companion in every conceivable manner.
High Paladin in 2 months, I have no doubt. Must be. Nothing surely to do with glowing wings or any sort of special treatment from a certain... All right, I'll stop. And Antero says, why stop there? Come on. Do your companions know? Your companions have to know.
Yes, they know. It's, you know how I feel about it anyway, and I'm just gonna like keep trying to like get away from him as much as possible. Where is Wyatt?
Yeah, as you walk away, your father's like, yes, let's go see Wyatt. Your Antero's like, come on, Finch, don't be shy. And you kind of like leave it at that.
Whip him out, let's just see it.
Whip him out, let him see it, dude. No, that's, he does not say that. He's kind of a paladin bro, but he's not that much of a paladin bro.
Right.
You make your way across the way to the remaining individuals. You see a number of individuals sort of gathered about, and there's people over by the dance floor. Are sort of dancing, couples and such. You approach and you see, moving our way down, the image is getting slightly younger as we go. We make our way to who will be presented by, Gabriel says, allow me to present to all of you, my third son. This is Supreme Champion of Emon, Wyatt Andagar. And you will see the latest... and sort of a more, same thing, his hair's a little shorter, a little bit more boyish in appearance. He's like, the facial hairs come in, but it's a little soft, it's a little lighter, a little softer. He is wearing very fine armor, and he has like this long red sash sort of decorating across him, sort of symbolizing this supreme champion position. Wearing very, very fine armor. Amongst all of the children, this person's probably the most decked out. This has got the most bling, so to speak. Not like rings and whatnot, but his armor and whatnot. He definitely has the presentation to show I am like the supreme champion. And he goes, Finch, finally decided to grace me with your presence, did you?
Yes, and I'll like go in to give him a hug as well.
He gives you a hug, pats your back. He says, how have you been? How's the road?
It's been good. And I'll like look him up and down, just like the extravagance that he's wearing, and I will like I'll like fiddle with one of the things that's like dangling off of him, and I'll be like, what's with the pageantry, brother?
He goes, Supreme Champion, it's a lot of work having all these women fawning all over you and people buying your drinks at every tavern you go to and everyone knowing your name. You know all about that, wouldn't you?
Oh yes, must be so difficult, brother.
I have to say, it's a big responsibility, but someone's got to do it. Someone had to win that challenge.
Yes, I know. And you and Antero don't fail to remind us at every chance that you get now. How long ago has it been since you were named Supreme Champion?
Not long, but long enough. But I'll tell you what, Finch, I think we got a little trend going on here. I mean, you've already surpassed Xander in rank. I mean, who's to say you're not the next Supreme Champion? I mean, you're going to find it pretty hard to turn your nose up at all the attention when it comes your way, I bet you.
That we'll see. We'll see if we're here then.
Antero said the same thing to me, brother, but my sibling? He doesn't say that. Sibling? No, he doesn't say that. He says, Antero said the same thing to me, and I said the same thing to him, but I gotta say, all the love, it's pretty nice. Serving Bahamut in the best way possible.
I'm sure, yes. I feel like that's a discussion for another time. It's been pretty exhausting on the road. I think the last thing on my mind is a grueling, never-ending competition, almost to the death. All right, then. And I'm like going to start to like look around to see if I can find Xander.
And you see your father's like he's enjoying seeing all of the sibling rivalry and all the poking and prodding you're doing against one another. And at least by the expression of Gabriel, I get the sense that a lot of it is, or most of all of it is just like good humored. Or for the rest of the party, you can sort of get the dynamic. And he goes, so where's your brother, Wyatt? And Wyatt goes, still sulking. And he goes, Xander, come on. You see sort of like trying to not look like he's sulking, but there's definitely like a look of like whatever on his face. You see apparently going down by age, not including the second child, their hair gets shorter and shorter. I don't know, I'm realizing this about the art choices I made. But you see Xander Andagar approach, similar, a little more dirty gold blonde hair than all the others who had like very vibrantly gold hair. Similar sort of undercut to Finch, except it goes all the way around. And it isn't like fully shaved, but very military, very sort of like I wear a helmet and I don't want to tangle my hair and all of this, unlike my brothers who think they're too cool. Maybe he doesn't see it that way, but he's wearing like a little bit more basic armor. It's not as intense, but still pretty good armor considering he comes from a very well-to-do family of the Platinum Dragon. And there's definitely like less of a smile on his face. He doesn't immediately go in for a hug with you, Finch. He goes, hey, good to see you, Finch. It's been, how long has it been? It's been like a couple months now.
It has. Why the sulking face, brother?
He goes, and then before he could say anything, Wyatt goes, come on, we all know what's going on here. I didn't, it probably hasn't been told to you, Xander made the rank of Paladin. He's not a squire anymore.
I heard, and I'm gonna be like genuinely invested in that just because of like how close I am with him, especially. Like it's not. I feel like I'm trying to like not make it sound like I'm coming off like, oh yes, like sarcastic. Like I'm genuinely interested. Like yes, I heard. When was like tell me about it. I wanna hear everything.
You see, despite this, Xander seems to be like a little like looking like he's feeling a little antagonized, or at least like there's a little weird, and he goes, well, he was knighted like 2 weeks ago. I don't know. He was knighted like he made the rank of paladin about 2 weeks ago, right around the time that we received word that you received the rank of high paladin. What did you do to get that rank? Why did you jump ahead in the family line so fast?
Yes, and I will just in the interest of like saving time, like I will tell them all about like the craziness that happened to us in Westerun, like all the way through like how we've gotten here now.
All right, you sort of surrender. You begin to tell the tale. Your father, Kima, are all there. Your two oldest brothers sort of saunter over as they wish to hear the tale as well. And as the tale's being told, I'm gonna say, actually, Yvaine. Oh, look, and this is actually quite perfect, Finch. You're like, look at the sort of the Tailspire imagery. You just find yourself suddenly surrounded by all your friends and family and delegation and nobles and neighbors. You're like, oh, and then then there was this whole thing at this tower, and we went into the. So while Finch is sort of in this, Yvaine, you can't help. You sort of like, everybody's eyes begin to wander, but you, Yvaine, you catch the eye of this one individual who seems to be carousing quite a bit. Has a number of individuals sort of surrounding them, very much like interested in what this person has to say, or they're not saying much. So kind of just like hanging off of them a little bit, not literally, but still like very interested in speaking to them. You see this individual wearing a cobalt blue, long-tailed jacket, black knee-high boots with golden tipped trim, very, very well dressed, half-orc, sort of non-binary presenting, like there doesn't seem to be like one way or another with the gender. Black hair sort of pulled back, and just like, despite being a half-orc, seems to be drawing a great deal of interest, and just sort of says a word here and there, but just has a very sort of kind of like a plain smile, a charming plain smile across their face, sort of in the back.
Excellent. So Finch is going on, and there's nobody else for me to introduce myself to now, is there?
That's true. You could step away if you wanted to. There's certainly there would be no expectation for you to hang out.
But I could step away without being disrespectful or it being like super obvious. Yes, I would.
Absolutely. Yeah, all eyes are on Finch right now for the comfort of Finch or not. You sort of find your way around the crowd, and some people sort of, they see you leave, but there's no offense. You get the sense that this is like an upper echelon. Maybe they go in for the nobility and the politics, but they're like a cool, sort of a little more casual, high noble family, if that. They might not even have noble titles, but they're certainly well regarded. Anyway, I'm starting to babble. Point is that they're cool. They're not like, they're gonna be pissed because someone walks away from a conversation. Not that intense. This isn't Buckingham Palace, not to worry.
I would like to meander in that direction. Like, is there food? Is there any reason for me to go over there other than this striking non-binary half-orc?
Yeah, there's people. There's servants walking around with like little trays of like snacks. There's a dance floor, and it wouldn't look weird to meander.
I'm going to meander that way then.
All right, you meander that way, and you will see, they're just sort of all speak. There's like two individuals speaking. This very attractive man, this very attractive woman. They're sort of speaking, and they say, "So, is it true that you've been all over Tal'Dorei?" He goes, "I have been to many places, but I have to say there's nothing quite like the City of Fellowship." He says, "Truly, not even Westerun." Says, "Westerun is a spectacle, no doubt, my dear, but Emon will always have a special place in my heart." She goes, "Well, you'll have to tell me of your adventures." Be like, I'd love nothing more. Perhaps we might get a drink later." She kind of goes, "Oh, well, just tell me the time and place." He goes, "Very good." And then just this individual she sort of takes the knuckle, kisses it, and says, and she kind of, oh my, kind of like wanders away. And you approach, and she sort of turns and looks at you, and says, "Good evening, ma'am."
Hello. I'm
Puts
sorry.
a hand out. Holt. Cassandra Holt.
Yvaine Starborn.
Charmed.
Of course. And I will.
What
I will
brings you to
kind
these
of.
affairs?
Oh, I'm just coming in from Western. I'm with High Paladin Finch.
I see. Tales have begun to spring about the return of the youngest Andagar.
Well, Finch is quite magnificent. It's been quite wonderful traveling with him for the last 3 months.
Seems to be a requirement to be a child of the Andagar family these days.
Apparently. So,
Well, you're
where
quite
do you
the
hail
interesting
from?
creature. What is Starborn, you say? You've been traveling with Finch. Are you a companion? Are you a warrior yourself? You seem to be well equipped.
I am a humble librarian.
Ah, a humble librarian. I see. She sort of says, well, would a humble librarian like to take the air with me?
I most certainly would.
Looks over to the gentleman to the right and says, would you excuse me, sir? And he goes, certainly, perhaps we might speak later tonight. And he says, perhaps. And Holt will sort of offer you very, very gentlemanly their arm and sort of meander with you. And you said take the air, but I don't think that's kind of like, no, there's people taking the air. Like, come on, they gotta be. But I think maybe she'll take you to like the banquet table, and you guys can kind of like look over the assembling food. She'll very sort of deftly sort of like be looking at you and say, humble librarian, you know, they have very good libraries in Western. And without really looking, with surprising dexterity, just sort of like with one hand, just like takes 2 glasses of wine off the table and presents one to you, very deftly.
Take one. Indeed. The High Curator sends his regards.
I see. In whatever form, I wonder.
I have no idea.
Sends you to me with no idea of what you're here for.
None whatsoever.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that you were trying to find an excuse to get me alone.
Absolutely.
What is, if you don't mind my asking? You're with the library. You're at the reserve?
I am.
You're a monk.
I am.
I see. Well, strange situations.
I think there's more I don't know. I was sent to give you aid. If there's someplace at another time we could talk, I can talk about the kind of aid I can provide.
I wasn't aware the curator had such good taste in help.
Thank you.
I see. So you're here to learn a little bit more about what we do in far fields in the library.
I have a report of what's been going on in Western. It'll give you an idea of what the team can do, what I do, and what the hell's been going on over there. At some point, I think you're supposed to tell me if you need anything. I'll be in Emon for a while.
You better be careful making those kinds of requests. I can be needy. But I'd much like to hear this report from your lips to my ear.
So again, should we create some other time, or should we sneak out now?
I'm always up for a little adventure. There's always much to be learned, but I find that once everyone's a little more pliable with wine, the secrets begin to spill. What of you, Yvaine Starborn? Do you think you're pliable enough right now?
Yeah. What you want.
All right, follow me. We shall have some conversation then. Make me a stealth check.
I can do this. Okay. Let me see if I have inspiration, because I do have a wheel that I can use.
Fair enough.
But I do have an inspiration I'm going to use, motherfucker, because that 3 was not vibes.
Okay.
Not vibes. I will take that fucking 18 though. And I'm going to use my Cosmic Omen to add an extra 6 to it, just because I have nothing else to add to it. So that'll be a 21.
21. You sort of go stealthily. You guys kind of walk towards the stairs, and without making too much talk, you know, there are a couple of people sort of near the sort of guarding the upper levels, as that's probably not where the party is. Crescenda Holt sort of approaches one and says, excuse me, ma'am. My guest here, I think, has had a little bit much wine. The Supreme Champion offered for us to utilize his room. Would it be okay if we made our way past? It's going to roll a deception check. And he goes, certainly, ma'am. And says, thank you very much. And we'll put like a silver piece in her hand as they walk by, and it's going to take you upstairs. And sort of like, as you go to like turn, sort of like swings you the other way playfully, and will sort of sneak you into the master bedroom.
Excellent.
She sort of brings you up to the door, sort of smiles at you. You see sort of producing from the lining of her pocket some lockpicks and just kind of unlocks the door. And sort of takes your hand very, again, gentlemanly, and sort of like guides you on through. You enter into the Arengard master bedroom, where you see a number of things sort of laid about here and there. And you see Cressida begin to sort of like walk about the room and like look at things and read things and say, so tell me, Yvaine, should we speak of reports now or later?
Let's get it over with now, before you distract me further.
If you insist. And Cressida will approach you, and we will fade to black, perhaps. And we'll come back to that in a little bit. But meanwhile, downstairs, Finch says, and then they made me their captain. And they're like, woo! Basically comes to the end of the story, to which people are like, my God, this is saved all of Westwood, incredible. And people are beginning to talk, expect nothing less. It's from an angel of the power. Dragon. And immediately people are like wowed. All of you who are in Finch's company are getting like a similar sort of positive vibe. So I say incredible. Wyatt's very impressed. Even Antero has a look of like, wow, like genuinely impressed, and says, Finch, that's incredible. I mean, the Platinum Dragon really must have just he must have laid his breath upon you when you were born. It's the only explanation.
Yes, I certainly feel it. There have been many times on the road where I called upon him, and I definitely felt his presence in times of most danger.
It was incredible. And you're very much the toast of the party. You already were, but you certainly are now. You hear someone say, to the Aurora Concordant, from like behind. Everyone goes, everybody raises a little glass here and there. Everybody seems to celebrate your coming, Finch. And what will proceed into the night is a little banquet has been thrown. All of you are sort of seated here and there. Finch, you are probably for like the first time. That's not true. After like the drama of like your wings and everything, you probably sat at the end of the banquet table like once, which was like a little thrill. But today you are also seated in your eldest brother's seat. And then it proceeds downward after that, and your friends are sort of seated past the family, and then everybody else gets seating as well. Kima is seated with your friends, and like a big banquet is held, and you guys break bread and drink and have delicious succulent pork for lunch, and tea and ale and whatever you could possibly desire. Does anybody wish to do or say anything or talk to anyone during the course of the banquet?
So I think for me, as like things are going on, like I may like consistently like make eyes with like Kingsley a little bit, like just kind of like again like the like eye roll, like oh good golly, like cannot wait for this to be over. And then I feel like as like everyone is like I'm genuinely listening to the different conversations that's going on, but I feel like I would consistently be like looking at Xander, not like staring at him, but like more like checking in on him because like obviously he presented himself and like he was really off like when we first like reconnected. So I feel like I would just be like keeping an eye on him like as the meal progresses.
Yeah, and you see like every now and then you catch eyes, but he like looks away and he kind of like pokes at his food and nobody's really giving him a lot of attention. It's mostly his fault. Like he's being very dour. But you can tell like yeah, and it's rough because like you two were like glue. You guys did everything together, and he's you know, however you want to say it, he's unhappy with the current circumstances that and very clearly like you've surpassed him in rank and that probably has wounded his pride, and he's just kind of picks at his food and sips at his wine, tries not to make too much eye contact, and just kind of just sulks a little bit. Yeah. But your other brothers are like, they say, still using a hammer, you gotta get a sword, I'm telling you, or like whatever, they're being a little more boisterous. What about others at the table? Zarvolg, Ember?
Yeah. Well, Yvaine's not here, which is who Zarvolg normally finds comfort in, and Ember's probably, having a perfectly comfortable talk with the fancy folks. So I'm assuming the next closest person is Kima, who's a little bit crude and something that Zarvolg appreciates. So he's probably, in lower tones, kind of, mocking and making small, uncomfortable jokes, back and forth with Kima, trying to maintain, not draw any attention at the table and just trying to get through the meal without being too much of a nuisance, but still entertaining himself.
Got it. And Kima is of a similar mind. Like she's not such a hoity-toity individual herself. She may be a lady, but she doesn't act like it. And while you're trying to like, entertain yourself and talk and not really get noticed, she doesn't care if she's noticed. She sort of like pats you on the back. She goes, honestly, I only show up to these things because the meat's so good. And she's like, she's loud and having a laugh. It's infectious. And she will have she'll have a little laugh with you, Zarvolg, and a drink, and like we'll eat the food, and she'll be like, and you tramp stamps him? That's hilarious. And just has a good time with you over there. Ember, I imagine well, he's kind of at the end of the table, so that's tough. But who do you think what are you doing? Are you just carousing?
I want to carouse a little bit because it's light conversation, and it's good to know what's on the mind of the more well-to-do side of town. One of the things that I do want to do is I want to, lean in, pat Zarvolg on the shoulder, and whisper to Lady Kima, at your earliest convenience, I would like an opportunity to speak with your wife regarding something of arcane importance.
Ooh, arcane importance. Do I get to know what kind of importance?
It regards secrets.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's very secret wizard stuff. Great. Yeah. No, I'll let her know. I'll let her know. I'll try and let her know. Yeah. She's a busy lady.
I understand. This is something I think is very important.
Got it. Well, if I could recommend, I mean, I heard from Samar that you guys you got some kind of recommendation or something like that?
We do.
We do? I'd recommend going to the Cloud Top district and just like putting that in there, just like getting it around so it sort of like finds its way to our office. I'll say a word and see if we can't, coax her attention from the council chambers.
Thank you.
But hey, look, you want to make a splash? You know, take a quest or something. Fill a bounty. Hey, there's no shortage of bounties. I mean, after the Chroma Enclave, a couple really dangerous prisoners escaped from the Black Bastion. So who knows? Maybe they're floating around. Go after them. Maybe there's a quest that needs doing. Who knows?
Where does one go to inquire about a bounty?
Probably the Black Bastion. Or Black Bastille.
Oh,
Sorry,
right.
I always get the name mixed up. They got posters all... a lot of taverns have bounty posters all pinned up. Yeah, check them out.
Will do.
Cool. Is there anything else from folks at the table? Okay. We're gonna go back upstairs. Yvaine, we need to go to some rolls really quick. Some very important rolls need to be determined. I need you to roll a con save to set your DC. Set your personal satisfaction DC.
It's going to be very average, which honestly kind of makes sense for her. I think it's going to be a 10, even 10.
10? Okay. Technically, you want to roll low on the con save, honestly. And last but not least, she rolled pretty decent. That's going to be a 17.
Okay.
She got a 17 DC, and you got a 10. All right, now roll a performance, a athletics, or an acrobatics check. It is your choice.
I swear to God, I just rolled a nat 20.
Fuck yeah.
Acrobatics or athletics will not matter. I'm going to take acrobatics because it's a 0 as opposed to a -1. But you know what?
Fair enough.
Fuck it. I'm going to use that other cosmic omen.
Okay. On your nat 20?
You're right. Nah, never mind. I'm good. I'll keep it.
Yeah, I'd keep it. I'd keep the nat
that's
20. And she's going to roll... She doesn't roll on that 20, but she gets there. You guys have a great time. Some of the servants are sort of maybe wander past and are like, oh my, I better mind my own business, and wander away. And we find ourselves back up in the room. You're sort of like, I don't know, we position this however we want, but you may be in the bed. Cressida's sort of like, just kind of wearing her pants, just kind of making her way around the room again, just kind of like looking through all of the files and says, well, Miss Starborn, I much appreciated your help. You're well on your way to, perhaps a promotion, who knows?
So, Solomon said you were going to tell me some things about the Cobalt Soul that would surprise me. Also, the thing I'm best at isn't in any of the rewards. It's not on paper.
He goes, and I haven't received it already.
No.
Well, I'm very excited. You seem to be full of surprises. Cobalt Soul is indeed a reserve. We do worship the Knowing Mentor, and we do acquire information wherever we can find it, either to put it on display for the common knowledge of the people, or to protect it from those who would mishandle it, or doesn't belong in the hands of the normal folk. But, well, the truth of it is, Yvaine, that the Cobalt Soul has a secondary function. We're spies. She sort of flips through the book. Says, we're very good at acquiring information. And I hold the rank of expositor, which essentially means that my job is to perform espionage. And that is part of why we find ourselves in this room this year. Mr. Arengard is a delegate on the Tal'Dorei Council, and the Cobalt Reserve is very interested in this fledgling council. They've yet to be tested in the ways of war and in other matters. They're deeply indebted to the League of Miracles, and the Cobalt Soul's interested in them as well. Want to keep an eye on the big powers.
The League of Miracles just took a big hit, to the tune of 10,000 gold. Question.
I see. Huh. Is there any... Who's responsible?
Her name is Jewel of Twilight. The money was used to pay the cost for protection for her alcoholic father. She sort of turned in the myriad to the Lord Mayor, and then used the opportunity to snag the money. I should put them back a bit.
Well, that's very interesting. I know that the League of Miracles is in no shortage of money. Pretty much all of Tal'Dorei is in debt to them, significantly.
There were some people on the road talking about it, except they sounded positively bonkers.
You know what they say about madmen? They just know something that we don't. What do they have to say?
What do you know
About bonkers people on the road?
about the League of Miracles?
Sadly, not much. I know about the structure of their organization. There's only about 24 spell rights. They all serve the Wonder Maker, as he's called. Nobody knows his identity. I've been trying to figure it out for ages. But the Wonder Maker, his voice sort of reigns supreme over these spell rights, and then underneath them are the mercenary mages. I've heard in Westruun that, you became quite close with one spell right?
Anna Kinabare.
I'd be very interested to meet her. She seems not the usual sort.
You're welcome.
I've only met one, so I don't know what the usual sort is. But
Well, here's the thing. Oh, go ahead.
I can tell you she is very good-natured.
Perhaps we can use that good nature to gain some information. The League of Miracles is very altruistic, and I don't have too much reason to suspect them yet, other than the fact that the Cobalt Reserve is very interested in what their dealings are, as I'm sure anyone is when they have the whole world in debt to them. It's worth keeping an eye on. I do know that the mercenary mages that they have hired haven't always been the most reputable. They don't particularly care who the mages are, so long as they are mages capable of expediting the building process. They even have some intel that suggests that they have allowed members of the remnants into their ranks for temporary building purposes. All mercenaries, of course, and nothing could be tied to them per se. So, it's not enough to... Go ahead.
There's increased activity of the Ravengers, a whole lot of undead buckery in the dividing planes as well. I don't know if it has anything to do with politics, but it doesn't hurt to have the knowledge.
Doesn't hurt to have knowledge. And knowledge is quite great. But my assignment isn't the League of Miracles per se, it's the Tal'Dorei Council. My interest in the League of Miracles was only by the extension that the Tal'Dorei Council owes them great debts. Which is why I find myself here. Mr. Andagar had a very open evening for all of us more presentary folk, and he happens to be a delegate on the Emon delegation, so I thought I'd just give myself a look around.
We have a letter of introduction for the Anarcana Panasophical.
I see. I know that Lady Vysoren happens to be a member, and she sits on the Tal'Dorei Council. Why do you bring it up?
She's the person to whom the letter of recommendation is to, from
Bridenstone.
Yeah, him.
I see. Well, keep me in the loop. Where do you rest your head at night around here?
We are staying at the Glowing Ember at the docks.
The Glowing Ember?
Or hold on, Rousing Spark, sorry.
Rousing Spark, I know the Rousing Spark.
The Rousing Spark, so sorry.
That's alright. Perhaps I will have to change my base camp. Meet you there.
I look forward to seeing you. We have breakfast every morning.
She will sort of now put on her coat and button it up, and she'll come over to the bed and sort of kiss your knuckle and say, "Well, Yvaine Starborn, it truly has been a pleasure getting to know you. I'm going to proceed to the party now, and when you are no longer feeling ill, I'd suggest you return before, well, someone finds you like this.
Indeed.
She winks at you, and will put her, sort of turn around, and with a great deal of poise and elegance, exit the room, sort of take a little look out, and leave.
I put myself back together. Not what I was planning on happening today, but all right.
Wait, what happened? All right, fantastic. I like Cressida Holt. She is my Tal'Dorei 007.
I like her too.
Apparently. Incredible. So at this point, Finch, a little tap on your shoulder. Wyatt, he says, hey, let's go take a walk. While the house is distracted. Yeah, you go with Wyatt, and you guys sort of make your way on to the lawn, sort of steering away from the grandness, the pageantry, and you guys kind of walk about. Says, so those guys being good to you that you met on the road?
They have been, yes. I think got off on a rough start, but they've proven to be great companions. They have unfortunately saved my ass more than once, I am embarrassed to admit. So yes, I am confident in saying that I would trust them with my life.
Unfortunately, you were hoping to lose your life on the road, Finch?
No, never hoping. But there certainly were different situations that we found ourselves in, willingly or not, where that did arise. I feel like you heard the tales. So yeah, I feel like I'm very fortunate to have found this group that I've been traveling with.
And greatly favored by the Platinum Dragon, too.
Yes, that has been and I like not falter a little bit, but I feel like not wanting to like say the wrong thing. But like,
just come on, Finch, it's me and you.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Okay. I feel like yes. I mean, I can't deny there definitely have been instances of I mean, nothing short of him gracing us with his awesome presence, his power. And at the same time, I feel like there have been other instances where I find myself doubting a little bit. And that's been a struggle. You know how we were raised. So yeah, that's
I do.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm struggling with faith. It could be hard, but I don't know. I guess amongst all of her, well, you're always a deep thinker, Finch, and it's harder to have faith when you're a thinker, not like some of our other brothers who find very simple.
Yes.
To,
That's very kind of you.
Well, I think me and you hold the order, the order of the Platinum Dragon to a higher standard than they do. They're happy enough to tote around the title like it's a parade.
Yes, that is often what it feels like. You recall through our childhood, just, I don't know, this always felt like very much this extravagance. I feel like, yes, nothing short of just for show. And I feel like maybe that's where I'm struggling a little bit. I found myself, especially like after pledging myself to my oath, really thinking about the tenets, and I am ashamed to admit that relatively recently, I did in fact falter in upholding those tenets, and I feel like I'm not going to know how to like express like what happens like with becoming like that shift into being like an oath breaker.
Right.
But
you kind of make the like, well, I, and he kind of like, oh, and he kind of gets it.
So yeah, it's been Well, I can't deny, the Platinum Dragon's presence. Like I said, I've witnessed with my own two eyes, his power, and I've received his guidance. I feel like when it comes to, this knighthood, I'm not so sure.
Not so sure. You don't think you deserve it, or?
It's not a matter of deserving. I feel like I just kind of question what this all means, right? Like again, like we've been discussing, it's felt more like a title and nothing more. I question what it takes now to, earn these titles that we hold. I feel like there are certain individuals who we can name in that room, and I'll gesture, who hold various titles where I feel like if we were to examine how they were achieved, some could be, in questionable ways, whether it's just out of kind of out of convenience, following the family name or money. I feel like, the honor of what it actually means to be like a true knight is lost on many. I know this is preaching to the choir a little bit. I don't know what to do. I don't want to be disrespectful. But at the same time, I feel like as time goes on, it's harder and harder for me to buy into some of the teachings that we were raised with. That's all.
Yeah, look, like you said, you're preaching to the choir. I think that's the thing me and you have always shared is that, I don't know, the day of challenging, right? That's all the family seems to care about. It's the biggest event, and I get it for people at the Stormlord. That's literally their religion. Is
right.
Martial competition and war and all of that. But for us, for our faith, it's about protection and honor, and I get the need for practice and fun, and levity, I guess, but the world has been under so much danger. I can't help but think about the Chroma Enclave, and I can't think about Vecna, and is it not a paladin's job to protect? And what if the Order was more prepared and not just sort of flouncing around titles?
Yes, you couldn't be more accurate. I feel like maybe there was a time where that held a lot more prestige, but you're right. I feel like it's nothing more than, a showcase, a dick measuring contest, if you will. And at the end of the day, I worry, to be honest. I mean, I've been out on the road, and I'm not saying that I have seen all there is to see, but I mean, you heard the stories and the tales that myself and my compatriots have encountered. There is real danger out there still, and a lot that is lurking that is unknown. So yes, I oftentimes do wonder, are we prepared enough for what could come? I don't mean to sound like I'm always keeping one eye open, but just given my experience over the past couple months at the same time, I just feel like you can never be too sure.
I mean, listen, I'm no cleric, but one thing is sure, Finch, is that, amongst all of, everybody, all our brothers and even father, you're clearly meant for something greater than what we've been doing here. You've got this, what did your dad call it, ASMR thing going on. I don't know, like I said, I'm no cleric, but what if Entro and okay, try and get all these names right. What if Antro and Wyatt getting these titles of, Platinum Knight and Supreme Champion of Emon, and what if all of this was just sort of put in place to help you realize these realizations. Maybe the Platinum Dragon's trying to show you, what is and what could be. You're clearly meant for something greater than anyone else in our house, probably anyone else in the city.
Yes.
There's no greater sign. So, sorry, go ahead.
No. I feel like it's just a lot to feel like my entire life I have felt like I have had to shoulder the Andagar name. You mentioned our brothers and being raised to present ourselves in a certain way, to be a certain way, to win a certain way. I feel like that is a lot to shoulder, a lot to carry. And I'm not dismissing what it is that you're saying. I believe in that. I feel like it's just a lot to have settled in and like really take on and accept. So
Well, listen, it's a tall order, but I think you're up for it. You got Kima. I love Kima, but she's part of the problem.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
She's probably even. Have you ever considered going to Vasselheim? Like maybe. I mean, I don't think any of our brothers would be caught dead doing it, but maybe a pilgrimage is in order.
Yeah, I haven't considered it. I feel like over the past couple of months, my brain has been consumed with other thoughts. I mean, my leaving here was not necessarily planned. I made great haste to exit when all of that uproar happened. And then I feel like I was meant to go out on this pilgrimage on my own. And then I ran into these lovely folks that you met here this evening. And, my life has just unfolded from there. So I can't say in earnest that I've given that some thought, but I feel like now that seed has been planted, that may be a consideration that I need to give.
Well, you already went on a pilgrimage, and maybe Vasselheim's the way to go. I mean, if I were you, it makes sense. You're literally like somehow some kind of half angel, and maybe Vasselheim is the site where the Platinum Dragon and Arathis battled the Lord of Hells and other betrayers. It's a deeply holy place for our faith, so maybe that is something worth considering. The airship ticket's expensive, but it could be something down the line to look up too. But it sounds like, Finch, just from what I'm hearing from you, you learned a lot from your little pilgrimage. You've contemplated your faith, and you've contemplated the meaning of honor, and you want better. You want all of us to serve better. And maybe the point isn't finding out what the best thing to do is, but the best way to go about it. Mm-hmm. I've been trying too. People don't really listen to me. They think I'm a little eccentric, I guess. But I think people would listen to you, Finch, if you wanted to try and push things in the right direction.
Yeah, I feel like I'm certainly going to give that some consideration. And I'm just going to pause for a minute and just think about where we are in the calendar, because I feel like everything's just been a little bit of a blur. I'm not sure, where myself and my compatriots are headed. I know that Embertide is coming in the next month or two, and given that is the most holiest of days for the Platinum Dragon, I can't think of a better time to make a pilgrimage to Vasselheim, and that will also get me out of the city walls before the day of challenging comes back around yet again.
Yeah, we'll see if our family can hold the title. But look, I think you're on the right path, Finch. You sound like you're giving it a lot of thought, and it'd be very easy to just put all of that down and be like, I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, and I'll help people, I guess, and that's that. But it sounds like you care a lot, and that's not a bad thing. So I think you grew up on the road.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, you have my support. So whatever you need, let me know. I'm around, so I'll be at the temple.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. Before you go, what is going on with Xander? I feel like he's not the same brother that I left. I can't tell if he is just sour because of silly titles or if it's because of what happened before I left. Obviously Andagards are full of pride. I'm not certain if he really appreciated needing saving or not, especially from his youngest sibling, or if it's a blending of all of those things together. But yeah, he just doesn't seem like he is he's not the same person that I left several months ago. And I'm going to approach him about it, but any information that you have or you've observed would be helpful.
Yeah, he's changed a lot. I mean, when he got the news that you received the rank of High Paladin, like he was super. Like, we got the news that you received the rank of Paladin. And, he wasn't torn up about that. He was going to receive the rank of Paladin. He knew it was just a matter of time. It was like more ceremony, I guess. And
sure.
You're on the road, so it happened a little quicker. But yeah, we got the news about the rank of High Paladin. He kind of just has been really sour ever since. It could be a combination, but I think I don't know. You know how Wyatt and Antro are. They kind of poke and jib at him a little bit, and
yeah, they're dicks. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
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 So he's probably
them,
just feeling
also,
a little.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They are what they are, and they're fucking assholes sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. Understood. Yeah, I feel like they've never known when to let up. I think sometimes on their perception of humor. So no, that's good to know. I will talk to him when the time is right, because I certainly don't want to alienate him any more than I'm sure that he already feels. Perhaps this all ties into it, right? Like we've been talking about. At the end of the day, a lot of this just feels like a lot of masquerading and pageantry. So if it just comes down to titles, I don't know, perhaps some further conversation can help pull him out of whatever funk he's managed to get himself into.
All right. Yeah, give him a minute to cool off. I mean, like all the, show in the house and everything, I'm sure is just kind of lighting the fire. So maybe give him like a minute and then.
Yeah. No. I'm sure that he doesn't appreciate all eyes on me any more than anything else that you've said. So no, I'll give him his space. And I feel like when the time is right, we're not going anywhere for a little while at least. I'll approach him and see what's on his mind.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'll keep an eye on him. But yeah, you probably get what's going on. At this point, Wyatt sort of like gives you a pat on the shoulder and he kind of like lets you be. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say at this point, like the lunch is sort of coming to an end and all of you can begin to leave. So you guys sort of all come together at that point. You'll find each other, maybe like at the door as you're like getting your coats or what have you. It is getting cold out. And begin to find your way out. Yvaine magically appears after having disappeared pretty much immediately.
Yeah, hang on. That was lunch? Yvaine was out having a nooner with a stranger? So much disappointment right now.
Hey, you gotta go. Go with a smile.
Let's try and keep that in the dark, Chica.
In the daylight? Under the light of the Dawn Father?
With a stranger, no less.
Right out in front of Bahamut and everything.
Yeah, right.
With a monk?
Under Bahamut's eye.
No, Bahamut's cool with it. Bahamut ain't got it. Bahamut's like, yeah, get it. I feel like Bahamut's a little bit of a bro, maybe. Maybe just a little bit. It's got a little bro in him. You're muted, you think?
No, we're working. You know something? It was work. It was just we were working. It's all. It was just a work thing.
Sure, yeah. Working on what?
Them.
Yeah, work lunch.
Yeah, it was a work lunch. Got a lot done. Okay. As you guys sort of head
don't
out.
I get bonuses now?
Oh yeah, you do get bonuses. That's right. You are gonna have advantage on all charisma checks against Cressida Holt for the next 2 days. Oh yeah, let's go check out that mini really quick that I made for Cressida. I can give you Cressida's handout now, and you can see who you slept with. Let's see here.
I mean, I really expected this to be something totally different. But, okay.
The adventuring life. It's crazy.
It's crazy, man.
Crazy, man. Well, there's Cressida Holt. Okay, cool. You guys all begin to head out. You make your way over the stables. As you guys are at the stables, you guys are sort of, getting your horses out. The gate's sort of open for you. You see this woman sitting on a box on the other side of the street. She has a sort of a staff slung over her shoulder. Red hair, fair skin. She stands up and she sort of walks across the street and walks right up to you, Yvaine. And I hope I'm saying the word right, but she says, Katiate.
Yvaine stops immediately and says, Katiake.
God, you're like a part of like 5 factions. It's so cool. Anyway, so keep going.
I really am.
Yeah, you're like,
but it's like, all right.
Dipping into all the factions. Yeah, she says Katiate.
I'm Yvaine Starborn of the Earth Ashari.
And she will take your hand and shake it as well. And she's speaking to you in Druidic, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's nice to hear what would be sort of like your mother tongue, I suppose, in your ear.
Yes.
And she says, I am, gotta make sure I'm saying the right term. Flamekeeper. Yeah, thank you. It's all good. She says, I'm Flamekeeper Amara Zolis. I am one of the 4 Ashari who remain here in Tal'Dorei to watch the Scar of the Cinder King.
Flamekeeper. It's good to meet you.
It is good to meet you. And I'm sorry to come to you on very strange terms. And she'll sort of swap to common. And she'll sort of like bow to all of you and say, I'm Flame Tamer Amara Zolis. It is good to meet all of you of the Fire Ashari.
Nice to meet you.
Yvaine?
Can I roll an insight check?
Go ahead.
I would like to roll an insight check to see if this connects to Nero.
I don't know if you could. You're gonna probably figure that out soon enough, but I don't think you can. It's not a mind reading skill. You know what I mean? Like a Fire Ashari walks up to you in the street.
No. It's not that. It's that Yvaine expects he's showing up again.
How can we be of service?
How could you know that, possibly?
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
You
can roll an insight check if you want to like figure out her disposition, but I don't know if.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. She says, I come to you all having thought deeply of how to possibly confront what I have to say, but I hope that you might give me a moment of your time to. I come on behalf of a man that you had turned over for a very deserving bounty earlier. I hope you'd give me just a moment to speak. Yes,
perhaps not in the street. Where are we going to? Can we go sit? Let's not stand in the middle of the street. Let's sit and have a conversation. Can we? I will look at Ember and say, can we do that? Oh,
thank you.
Can we go somewhere and sit down? You should know that Nero is not well considered in this company.
Yes, he's a bit of an asshole.
A bit? He has no sense of community. I do not want to speak ill.
I
want to hear what you have to say.
Yvaine Star.
Ember.
Yeah.
Well, she stops and looks at you when you call her name. Did I miss something?
No.
All right, so yeah, let's go sit somewhere and talk.
Thank you.
What is a reasonable place to do that between where we are and the Cloud District?
Yeah.
You would know, my friend. Let's go take a look. A reasonable place to do that between here and the Cloud Top District. Let's see here. Emon is full of taverns and parks and so on. You guys wanted to really dealer's choice. If you wanted to go walk along sort of the port, if you wanted to go sit in a park, if you want to go in a tavern, whatever you want.
Where do you want to go, Yvaine?
I don't know Emon, just someplace not in the middle of the street. It's going to involve Nero.
Let it be in the middle of the street. Let us just keep riding towards the Cloud Top District.
All right.
Here, a park, a tavern, it really is immaterial. If someone wants to eavesdrop onto it, they will. If we're moving, that makes their job that much more difficult.
Then let's move. Does she have a horse?
It's just, oh no, I turn into a horse when I need to travel fast.
It does make it harder to talk.
It does.
We can.
I've got a draft animal. She can ride double up with me.
Okay. She's more than capable of keeping up. She'll be on foot. And your horses can slow down, unless you need to be at maximum pace.
I think it's to have everybody at the same head height.
Got it.
Yeah, because that way she doesn't have to be talking like this.
And we can ride closer together.
Yeah. Or you could walk with your horses. You don't have to ride them if you want to have a conversation. There's a number of conversational options. But either way, whatever you choose,
excellent.
You get on the same height.
Whatever, we get on the same level without having a conversation.
Yeah, however we want to visualize that. It's more than possible. You walk down the street, and she says, "Thank you very much for giving me a moment to speak and to give you some context as to why I'm here. I knew Nero a very long time ago, more than a year ago, and he was still up to the same old tricks back then. And maybe that isn't the most persuasive thing to say, but it's the honest truth. And the Ashari had asked for the help of his group to navigate the underworld. And Nero had shown a lot of promise, and I had a lot of high expectations for him. He's I don't want to say a follower, but he is a man who takes cues well. And that is what he did all his life. He had a very good friend, and he had a very good mentor. Okay, they weren't very good. They were actually really shitty people, if I'm being quite honest. But the point is that they showed him the ropes, and he followed them well. And I come to you to tell you that Nero is locked up in the Black Bastille. And you can and just to be clear, I'm not trying here to persuade you to do anything. It's entirely within your purview. If you want to leave him there or say good riddance, and you would be perfectly justified in that, and I wouldn't blame you. But I have to tell you, he has a lot of potential, both magically and I want to say morally. I might be blinded in that. He has expressed interest in turning over a new leaf and wants someone to show him a better way. And for old time's sake, Go ahead.
I offered that to him last night. I actually said, you have the opportunity to do something different. You don't have to try to make a deal with the clasp to protect you from the myriad, from shit they can't protect you from anyway. And you know what he said? It was the funniest thing. He says, that's what she said. Or that's something she would say, or something, you must be she. Like, I literally offered, he could have pled guilty for an easier sentence. Every step along the way, when he's been given the opportunity to find a modicum of humility and just say, you know what? Clearly I'm not reading the situation, so I'm just going to go with the flow. He's been given opportunity after opportunity, and each time he's just been a disaster.
May I?
And that is, and he is, yes, please.
You knew him some time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea what the backstory is with his father? I know he was raised alone.
We talked about it. I admit I'm... Oh, fuck it. Yeah, when he would tell, when he was born, his mother died, and then she sort of came back to life, and then his father had to put her down, had to take care of her, and he never really forgave him for that. So they had a very difficult, strained relationship until Nero was forced out of the village by... No, he was forced out of the village by his father. I think I remember him saying that his father took him on like a hunting trip for the first time and then left him in the woods. Look, I'm not telling you any of this to...
That's fine.
Have a pity party situation.
It's what I suspect.
All right, look, lady. What do you want us to do about it? We didn't put him in the jail. We can't get him out.
I have a little bit of money stashed away that could repay for the bounty and damages that he has. I've spoken to the law bearers. If the only way they would be willing to let him go is as if he was under the care of, or under the watchful eye of, someone the city would be willing to trust. I look at all of you, you're the ones who turned him over. I see a paladin of Bahamut who, I don't know what your oath is, good paladin, but I'm sure it is to make the world a better place. I see you, Yvaine, of the Ashari, and we understand community better than all. And trust me, I have tried to teach him that lesson, and it wasn't something he was willing to learn at the time, but he is now.
Honestly, though, so you're someone that he clearly communicates with, and you haven't been able to teach him our principles. What makes you think that we can? It's a fair question.
It is a very fair question. And the honest truth is, I don't know. But I do see that all of you have a good sense about you. And honestly, if by some blind miracle you all decide that this is okay and you take Nero under your wing and he can't stop being the criminal that he was raised to be, and he gets into more trouble, and you have him thrown in the Black Bastille and have him throw away the key, you're going to hear no argument from me. I'm here because I don't think he's all bad, and I don't think he belongs in there. I think he's had a rough ride, and I think he got taken in by some people who weren't good. But I see all of you, and you all seem like good people. And maybe you could show him a thing or two about the community of the Ashari, the honor of a paladin. I don't know who you two are. Hi, my name's Amara. I'm sure you both have excellent qualities as well.
Amara, he has to be. He was so insulting. We invited him into our camp to share our food. He he insulted people's names, he insulted their skin color, he insulted their skill set, he was gaslighting, he was mean-spirited for no reason whatsoever.
Yes.
Yeah,
What,
you got
what
you
does
got
that,
some questionable taste there, sister.
what makes you think that a person that is so lacking in self-awareness, what makes you think that this person is going to be able to be guided, because he's going to have to freaking obey for a while, and he doesn't seem to be the obedient type. He literally could have pled, like the judge was leading him, saying, if you plead guilty, it'll be easier for you. Couldn't have been clearer. He chose to be different.
Yvaine, he fundamentally does not have the same upbringing that any of us did. He fundamentally was put in a position where the person that he should have been able to rely on as a piece of bedrock took him out to the woods to lose him. The only Scrabble he knows is hard.
Well, I mean, I can identify with that a little bit.
Do better, right? Because
he has not had an opportunity. We strangers that he didn't know presented it to him, but he has years of behavior that are going to make him counter that at any opportunity. Put into a situation where it's, this way or the highway, his initial reaction is going to be resistance.
Even when it goes against his own interest, that's the whole thing. So much.
Even when it goes against his own interest.
But if
you know as well as I do, a wolf will chew off its own leg to get out of the trap. His behavior is no different. It's human, but it's no different.
I'm hearing how it benefits Nero. I'm not hearing how it benefits us.
Yes, that's...
Well, I think that's very simple. In 2 accounts. There's 2 things I know for certain about Nero. One, he has a surprisingly large amount of arcane potential within him. He is a sorcerer I haven't seen the like of much. So, on that hand, you have a skilled spellcaster and one who can handle himself under pressure on your side. The second is, like you say, he's been dealt a bad hand, and the person that he clung to, who showed him through life, was the man, or the half-elf, Runil, and he would have jumped off a bridge for Runil. He would have thrown himself on his own sword for Runil if he said that was the thing to do. Nero is misguided, but he's nothing if not loyal. And I think if he could learn to be loyal to all of you, you could teach him. And listen, this is coming from someone who had to walk away from him. So you know how strange this must be for me to come to you and tell you that I do have some faith in him, in what he could be. And I think he could find that potential with all of you.
You want to know where the prophet is? Well, I argue about profit, but that particular subject that you are interested in, that particular shady spot,
I am not going to do this because it benefits me. I will do this, Ember, because you think it's the right thing to do, and because my sister Ashari thinks it's the right thing to
do. Let me be completely frank, and if you're lost, ma'am, my apologies.
Please.
Also, this is Ember, this is Finch, this is Zarvolg, this is Happy, and that's Fen. We should
She says hello to everyone, including Finn and Happy, very specifically.
Hi there.
The nature surrounding his birth and those circumstances, the fact that there are people with power, wealth, and connection, including from his own lips, Alistair, who would take his internal organs out as part of a rite or ritual.
That was an interrogation, but yes, I understand and I agree. We can't let his parts come into the wrong hands.
But that tells me that he is as much a linchpin to something.
Yeah, I know.
As Percy was with whatever that thing that inspired his shooting things, like Easton had.
I know what you mean. I have already thought of that. I agree with you completely. I want to vomit. He's awful. He's awful. He's so mean. He's so mean. He's just awful. But you're right. I know that. I knew it from the moment he opened his mouth. It's not like I can't see the pattern in it. So yeah. Fuck, what are we going to do? I guess we ask Aurora. Finch? No, this isn't on me. This isn't my contact. No, for real. Amara, I can't.
You've lost me entirely at some point here. What are we talking about? Who's Allura?
You said that by providing restitution, the law keepers would effectively parole him into an appropriate circumstance.
Yes. I had brought up the idea of all of you. Nero told me about all of you, and they'd say they'd be interested. There'd be a certain, they'd obviously want to speak to you, but they certainly thought they were definitely most interested in you, good Finch, if I might call you that. You're Paladin of Bahamut, and I think that would make sense. Someone who's protecting the common folk would keep a zealous eye on someone like Nero. It's entirely up to you.
I think he deserves an opportunity, if but one last one. Because
I would agree with you.
It's our first opportunity, and to be perfectly honest with you, and again, my apologies because this is going to leave you lost. We couldn't do the same for Jewel. And that weighs particularly heavy on me. It may be a pointless attempt, but I feel obligated to make the attempt.
If he tries to cast another spell on me against my will, I'll kill him in his sleep.
Mara sort of like rubs her head, not at like the fear of you killing him, but like he did. Oh my god! Like that he had cast a spell on you.
Ember, all I needed was you to say it was what you wanted to do. You know, like
I understand.
But you were right. Down the line, yes, you've made cogent arguments. It was just none of it was necessary. Thank you, but it really is on Finch as far as what we can do about it. And to be honest with you, I don't feel comfortable offering counsel to a high paladin of Bahamut about the law. I'm kind of a chaos. Well, I used to be. What happened?
By comparison, we're all a little chaotic.
Yeah, ish.
Well, if I might put forth, Yvaine, I see that you're struggling with this the most. May I put forth, I know that you're from Terra, which is very, very out of the way, and we all are very well out of the way, we Ashari. But it wouldn't be the first time that a criminal went running from the law or had poached or had done something horrible and found their way to the Ashari seeking... Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at me?
All right, Finch, can you do it? Can you make it happen? But he has to wear the tattoo. That's it. That's it. He has to wear the tattoo. It's the only way I agree. World's greatest thief.
She fully lets out like a snort.
World's greatest thief with a raven, because a hippogriff wouldn't make sense here. It's the only way I agree. It's my offer.
Feel like
I don't think he would say no to that kind of tattoo.
And Bahamut does have a sense of humor, so yes.
I don't know how much this is going to cost, but I'm willing to help with.
No, she said she'd pay for it.
I did, and I mean it. And I'm Ashari. We have our community to look after us when we're a little drained of resources. But that's okay. I hope that my willingness to put a decent sum forth, considering what you gained from the bounty, my ability to have faith in him one last time. I haven't heard him speak with such readiness to go on a different path before.
Amara, his days of criming are over. No myriad, no rats, no class, no. He needs to be dedicating his life to like getting kittens out of trees and helping old people cross the street. Like, I'm really serious about this.
You should know that the only reason I agreed to come and try and convince you all of this is under the pretense that he's done with crime. So, coming from someone who used to care a great deal, and maybe still does care a great deal about Nero, and had to walk away because he just didn't know when to grow up, I hope you understand how probably ridiculous it is that I'm here trying to advocate for him. So...
No, it's the right thing. I just feel sick about it. All right, so how are we going to make this happen?
Well, we could go deal with it right now, or if there's a better time that works for you.
Let's do it now.
Let's just do it.
Thank you.
I also want to be alarmingly clear when we talk with him. In addition to the no crime, kittens out of trees, old people across the road. One of my things is he needs to repay you, ma'am, for your faith.
100%.
I very much appreciate it. And I think I would appreciate if that wasn't put on the table, so that perhaps one day, if he has changed, I might be impressed when he shows up without asking.
Very well.
If you understand. It would be something that would be quite a moment for me personally. as I'm sure you can understand.
I can.
But I very much appreciate your. And to be clear, he's your whatever rules you want to set for him. I mean, go at it. I'm not here to.
I'm certain that we're going to come up with a few.
I'm only here to try and advocate a little for him. Whatever you decide to do with him afterwards is your business, as long as, of course, it's, to try and make him better, let him see his potential. Thank you. And she will. So what happens next? We're gonna just flash through some of the proceedings. You guys are brought to the Black Bastille. The judge, High Cleric and Herald Austin. Thalmark is like, what am I being brought out for? I thought we dealt with this. He's sort of brought through everything. He's sort of reminded of Amara, and Amara hands over, trying to be discreet about it with all of you, a substantial amount of gold. Probably like a life savings worth of gold. And certainly more than the bounty was. And, you are all explained, you especially, Finch, who they sort of like put your name on the bill. They're like, we understand it's all of you, but we're putting the paladin down on the bill. Finch Andagar has weight in the city. So they put you down on like whatever official documents, and they explain to you that like he'll be in your charge, you'll be responsible for him. If he commits any crimes, you won't have to answer for it, but there will certainly be, not repercussions on all of you, but you'll certainly be expected to come forth with that, and that he will be re-imprisoned. They don't expect that you're going to take any sort of punishment on his behalf if he fucks up, but they're like, but if he does, like, you'll be expected to either make reparations or turn him in. That'll be your expectation. And the last thing is that the Arcane Pontifical has insisted that at random times of their choosing, they are going to send guides, which are general members of the organization, to check in and see how Nero is doing.
Absolutely.
And then they will report to, the law of Emon, essentially. And if all of you agree to that, they will be willing to release the once criminal Nero, now cleared of legal crimes, not including the crime syndicate ones that some want him to answer for. Does the Aurora Concordant agree to the terms?
We do.
Fen goes, like, after his arm.
Oh, what does Happy do?
Happy, like,
taps his foot.
Happy's like the guy's like, do you understand? And like in the background there's like a bagel, and you see like Happy like
Yes,
like getting it off the table, and he goes, all right. And as he like signs his name and he turns over to Sunny, there's like a crashing sound, and Happy's like got the bagel in Happy's mouth. He's like, hey, no, wait. And Happy starts like running around the room with the bagel, and he's like, give me the fuck. And that's basically what Happy's contribution is to the whole thing.
I will
Seems
happily,
a little. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I will happily let Happy and Fen outrank me in the group.
Outranking. Well, you're the intern now, it sounds like. So.
Yeah.
Beverly also outranks you.
The unpaid intern.
The unpaid intern.
I get paid an exposure.
Did you see a Devil Wears Prada?
Yeah, you're literally
not gonna
getting
be
paid an
quite that
exposure. Yeah. You're getting paid by the light of Bahamut. Anyway. So Nero, you're brought back to the thing to talk to Amara. And she says, God damn you, Nero. You know how fucking embarrassing that was?
Yeah, it's I didn't want to have to be forced to call you. I just didn't have any other choice.
They agreed.
No
There's
way.
very specific terms, but they, for some reason, I know it wasn't my persuasive skills because I'm a fucking druid, but for some reason, they've decided to give you a shot. So,
like this surprising wave of like emotion, like crashes over him. Like, like of relief and like, oh, thank you. Like, and he just pulls himself together and says, Amara, thank you for everything. Thank you.
Look, don't thank me. Just don't fuck up this opportunity, okay? This is like your last lifeline. If you don't do good with them, they're gonna throw you back in here and they're gonna throw away the key. You don't understand how difficult this was to get you out of this.
I don't know if I'll ever understand, but thank you. They're the boss. Got it.
You're right. They're the boss. If whatever they say, if they say jump, don't even ask how high. Just fucking jump. They're gonna do whatever with you, but honestly, maybe the best way to think about it, they're your new... I always hate this group name. They're your new rats. That's right. Bruno told you to do things and you did it without really much asking a question. That's them now, okay?
Yeah. Okay. I'll do it. Whatever they need. Amara. Thank you. And he says it like, he keeps saying it, but he means it deeply this time as well.
And you can see on her face, she's, you've always been sort of like the wheeler and dealer, like the half genuine or faking the genuine deception sort of type, but as you sort of speak genuinely, she probably hasn't seen that genuineness, and she's seldom seen it and probably not in a very long time, and she kind of, well, good. Cost me no small amount of gold either, by the way.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. Just please make it worth it. This is your shot to do something more than just burglarize people. And okay. I'll see you.
I'll see you around.
Yeah, it's a new day. I'll see you around. She gets up and she kind of like takes a last sort of look at you, and like a little smile curls around her lip. And kind of gives you like a nod.
I give her the nod.
She says, "She get some ice for that black eye. You look like shit." And she walks out with that, as I imagine you still making friends with your cellmate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, my buddy Iron Fist. Yeah.
Yeah. You are taken from your cell. You leave Mr. Iron Fist behind, along with all the other cretins and devils and monsters wrapped in mortal flesh that reside within the Black Bastille. You are returned your gear to the grimace of a couple of guards who say, "See you in a month." And the other one goes, "I bet 2 weeks."
I'll bet never. How about this? If I come back, how about this? If I'm not here back in a year, I'll bet. Back here less than a year, I'll give you all 100.
I'll take that deal.
He was like, and if I win, I want 100 from all of you.
Hey, Zarvog, while we're waiting for Nero to out-process, why don't you pick a bounty off of there? Because having something for him to do and work, I think would be an ideal thing. And this is where those bounty things.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Totally.
We're gonna come back to Nero's. Yeah, we'll come back to Nero's release in a second, but I will let you know the bounties. I was gonna try and have them actually for you as documents in Roll20, but it was just too fucking hard to make a bounty poster, so I didn't. I will post these for you in Facebook, but I'm going to give you the bounty posters, and then we'll loop back to you release there, Nero, in a second.
Okay.
First and foremost, and most prominent, as you look and you see a very rough sketch of a hooded black tabaxi. It says, Jewel of Twilight, wanted alive for theft, burglary, fencing of stolen goods, illegal gambling, violation of the truth of magic, and espionage. Reward, 2,000 gold pieces, last seen in Westrun's Opal Ward. The next bounty. Felrin Deravar, wanted dead or alive for violations of the truth of magic, murder, blasphemy, espionage, treason, prison escape. Reward 4,000 gold pieces. Next. Ilam Falconsong, wanted dead or alive for violations of the truth of magic, murder, damage to property, arson, and prison escape. Reward 2,500 gold pieces. And the last one, which has depicted a tiefling with an eye patch, it says, Ixithar Kar, wanted dead or alive for mass murder, assassination, blasphemy, violations of the truth of magic, forgery, treason, prison escape. Approach with extreme caution. Reward 22,000 gold pieces.
Fuck.
Oh,
That person
damn.
is wanted.
Is it dangerous?
Do they prefer alive or dead?
They said dead or alive. They do not care. They just want them. And I'll
just,
post those on the Facebook.
ooh, maybe not start with that one. Maybe start with something smaller.
Somebody small and manageable.
Those would be the big ones. There's like smaller bounties there for like a couple gold.
Oh no, I was just saying, let's maybe not start with car. Like, I love the gold. I just feel like we should cut our teeth on. Let's get used to this. Put a toe in the pool before just jumping in.
Fair.
Absolutely.
Any others that are worth 500 maybe?
Yeah, there'd be a couple on. There'd be a couple on there. Those are like the big ones. Those are like the pro bounties. These are for like the big leagues. But if you guys wanted to like, we'll do that next session. If you guys wanted to like pick up like some small time bounties around Emon, like, yeah, we'll deal with that. But these are like the big ones on the board that are like they're offering huge rewards for.
Falcon Song sounds like he might be a he or
I
she.
was just thinking Falcon Song sounded like the perfect
Might be
place.
the right size meal to
Yeah, absolutely.
to try a new direction.
And just to give you a little insight, it will say on the actual poster, half-elf pyromancer and exile of the fire Ashari. That seems to be their extra info. And by the way,
what of the fire Ashari?
Exile of the fire Ashari, pyromancer, half-elf.
Oh yeah, this is the guy.
Oh yeah. Ooh yeah, Yvaine's like exile what? Yeah, incredible. Also, as worth noting, those last three, not including the Jewel of Twilight, their last seen location would have been like the Black Bastille on the Chroma Enclave attack. That's when they were last seen. They all escaped during Chroma Enclave attack. Minus Xratu Kar. Xratu Kar had last seen in their cell in the Black Bastille preceding the Chroma Enclave attack.
So they've all been gone for like 22 years.
Yeah, so very helpful information, right?
Oh, yeah, no, it's good to know.
Yep. Okay. With that, the door opens as you all sort of stand by the bounty board outside of the Black Bastille, and you see a fairly beat up Nero walk out, black eye, sort of dried blood on the neck, maybe like a slight limp. Iron Fist is not a nice guy, and maybe looking a little like, I don't know, Nero. What do you, as you exit and you breathe the fresh air of freedom, and you see the party of adventurers that had you locked up in the first place? What do you do? Think, say, feel, what?
He's free of all the shackles, right?
Yeah, you're free man right now.
Okay, I put all my stuff in a bag or whatever underneath my other arm. I check to see if my magic is back.
Yeah, you do like a little cantrip in your hand. Your magic is returned.
I conjure up a cheap trick.
Yeah, exactly.
And I go up to oh boy, which one? I'll go up to Finch and say, I think we got off on the wrong start. It's a new day.
You could say that.
My name's Nero Duskval. Where do you want me? And I offer her my hand.
And I'll like extend a hand, and I will cast lay on hands. Try and
wow,
heal whatever the hell's going on here.
Oh wow. Oh, that felt good. Wow.
I don't know if I would have done that. Seems like a little tune-up does somebody good every now and then.
Thanks for that.
I will say for you, Nero, given the life you have led, I don't think, like, other than, like, Amara's healing, you probably haven't been magically healed. At least not on, like, without significant cost.
Not that cheaply.
You feel, and it's certainly not to a paladin, who was probably, like, watch out for paladins your whole life, because, like, they're honorable and shit, and I'm not. Mm-hmm. You feel just sort of in a charity moment, this paladin heals you of your wounds, and you feel sort of divine healing flood through you for the first time in total kindness and charity.
Yeah, it kind of takes me back a little bit, like, ooh, like kind of like a shiver through his spine, like, oh, wow. So that's what it feels like. Thank you again. I guess you all talked to Amara, huh?
We did. She talked to us.
Yeah. Yeah. To be upfront, by the way, and as we're making our way down the stairs, I am gonna be upfront. When I was talking in the basement about, like, oh, I had that contact, maybe. It was her. I didn't even know if she could get. I didn't even know if she could get us to Aurora anyway. To be sure.
It's all right.
I would assume you also want me to return that horse to the Daxio Outriders. Am I wrong?
Oh, that's gone.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah, that's gone. They took that.
Oh, they took Old Stump? Okay, then.
Yeah, they gave it back to the guy that you stole it from.
Yeah. So, what now?
Zarvog kind of leans in over your shoulder and says, I'd stick close to the paladin if I was you.
I'll take your advice on that, big guy.
My, what sharp teeth you have.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because this
feels like he wanted to
that hood on too, so like, yeah, exactly those vibes.
Nero wanted to do that, but he bit his tongue the first time he's done that in a while.
Yeah.
Is there anything else Ember or Yvaine want to say to me?
Finch took an oath. You don't have to take the same oath. If bygone, better follow it.
Okay, then. Can I get an insight check to see, like, how mad are they still at me?
Sure, roll an insight check. DC 5.
Okay, sure. Yeah. 8.
8, easy. They seem skeptical at best. If helping you on the razor edge of kindness. On the other hand, maybe from some.
Who do I get is the most pissed at me?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Ember and Finch seem skeptical, but willing to extend the hand. Yvaine is definitely holding at bay, but there's like a very like, we'll see kind of look on her face. And I think Zarvog is, by what he just said, probably like outright hostile.
Actually, no.
No, okay.
Yeah, I would say
firmly next to Zarvog in the outright hostile.
Well,
okay.
I was gonna say Yvaine's probably internally angrier. Zarvog's just meaner outwardly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got an angry Yvaine and like a ready to be mean Zarvolk. He's like, oh boy, a punching bag, legal punching bag.
Yeah.
So you look around at this crew that is supposedly going to lead you to moral, I don't know, nirvana, and you have some work to do to I guess make it up. If you're going to travel with these folks. But I think as the Aurora Concordant sort of adds to their ranks an ex-con under their care, we will bring the session to an end.
The Aurora Concordant are now parole officers.
Yep, exactly.
You realize that if Amara